As the CEO and leader of Tatsu, what are your guiding principles?
Really, I go back to my first principles of why I started the company, which was originally to help my family, to give them opportunities, and then as that grew, to Philippines has proven itself with their attention to education, their English language skills, the Western culture that they have.
The BPO sector has been in the Philippines for
boses ng Viber.
All right. Hello, everyone. Again, you're live. Let us know if you can hear me. Just message, sorry, just leave a comment if you can hear me because we had a technical difficulty earlier. But yeah, let us know in the comments if you can hear me. Awesome. All right. So again, hello, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to the Wealth Unleashed Invest in You. Again, my name is Jamie. I'm one of your hosts for today's event, and I'm really happy to have you here with us, no matter where you are tuning in from. So we are broadcasting now live on Touch FMU's official YouTube channel. So there, there you go, and join us from the comfort of your home or office as today we gather in this space united in our pursuit of growth and opportunity. So we've put together an engaging program for you today and we have stimulating discussions, online mingling sessions, and talks by notable speakers who have achieved much in the business domain. So a special highlight of today's summit is, of course, the job fair hosted by Tachi Careers. So in this segment, our TA team, the talent acquisition team from Tachi Careers, will be on hand to screen potential employees. So it's a fantastic opportunity to explore various job paths and get a sense of the numerous job openings available in the current market. And you know what? I'm really happy and interested to know more about this event because life's always moving, and to stay ahead, we need to keep growing. And that's exactly what this event is for. To give you the skills and know how to make the next year your best yet. So think of this as your personal, launch pad for 2024. So whether you're building a business, climbing the career ladder, or just, trying to make better financial choices, this event has something for you. This event is for anyone who wants to step into 2024 with confidence. Again, we have a month left to finish this 2023, so might as well be ready for the next year coming, right? So whether you're building a business, climbing the career ladder, this is for you. So get ready for amazing talks on things like digital marketing and smart ways to invest. We've got hands-on workshops and chances to meet others who are also getting ready for a big year ahead. So here at Tachi Careers, we believe in you know getting ready for the future today. Wealth Unleashed, Invest in You is all about preparing you for 2024 and beyond, helping you grow, learn, and make the most of your potential. So it's time to get excited about your future. So without further ado, let's kick off this event with a doxology followed by the national anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
where you're joining us from. If you're in the Philippines, tell us your city or town in the chat, and we want to say hi to you. All right, so hello, hi, Jason, Davino, Lou, and Joseph. Thank you guys for tuning in. Guys, don't forget to leave a comment and be engaging for today's event, right? So, okay, so I think we can now let's get started. So, with the main part of our event, I'm really excited to introduce our speaker today. We've got someone special to kick things off. You know, at Thatcher, he's not just running the show, he's changing the game. And his vision, it's all about empowering people like us to reach our full potential in our careers and beyond. Today, he is here to talk about something that really matters to all of us: how to stay ahead of the curve in life. It's about more than just making it through the day, it's about thriving, growing, and securing our futures. So, let's get ready to soak up some wisdom and get inspired. It's time to welcome the one and only, the CEO and founder of Kache, Mr. Brian Luma.
Hello, thank you. I'm really excited to be talking to you guys today about future-proofing yourself and investing in your personal growth. I'm really passionate about the Filipino workers and their ability to provide great value to global companies. At Tache, we really focus on American companies, but also everywhere else in the English-speaking world, so Australia, New Zealand, elsewhere as well. And I think that a reason that Filipino workers really excel in a global community is that they really do a great job of investing in themselves and their personal growth. And so I wanted to talk to you today a little bit about that and a little about my experience and how I've been able to grow throughout my career, starting as a civil engineer, doing designs throughout the Northeast of the United States, and then eventually building a company and growing it with the help of the Filipino people, and really, I think, having some success, and hopefully I can share some of that experience with you guys. So one of the first points I wanted to mention was embracing a lifelong learning attitude, committing to continuous self-improvement and adaptation. So when you get your degree, the easy thing is to just start working and just get into the job and do your job and just do one foot in front of the other. And that's important. You want to work hard, but the learning doesn't stop when you leave college. The world is continuing to advance. After I graduated in the 90s, at this point, I can't believe it was that long ago. But the computer programs change, the techniques change, the best practices in the industries change, and you need to stay on top of that. As a licensed civil engineer, I still need to take continuing education courses, and we do that to continue to learn so that we can keep up with the best practices, the new legal requirements, the new technologies, all that stuff, so that we can serve the people, our clients, at the best possible way. And that's true no matter what industry you're in, or even if you're just starting out in a considered a junior type role. Those experiences are going to change as you advance, and you're going to want to make sure that you're staying on top of that. Now with AI, everyone's thinking about that, but even in more simpler terms of word processing and spreadsheets and all that, you want to make sure that you're on top of that. Whether it's taking online courses, or going to conferences, or going to something like this. You guys coming here and watching this event is really a testament to your personal commitment to growth. And so I know that we're preaching to the choir here, but I wanted to kind of emphasize that the world is going to continue to grow, and you need to continue to grow with it. And that means taking advantage of all the educational opportunities that you have to really advance yourself. And one thing you may have heard or understood is that what they teach you in college only teaches you so much. And after that, you need to grow and learn the rest of it. My feeling was that what I learned in college kind of gives you the baseline education that you need. It gets your foot in the door, but that's really only 20% of the equation. The rest of that is what you learn on the job, whether or not it's interpersonal relationships, managing other people, dealing with deadlines, dealing with clients, budgeting if you get to a project management level, providing, doing marketing, communication, all that stuff. Depending on your education, you may only touch on, you may only have one course on, and you really need to learn to grow to be able to master those skills that are needed in your professional career. Communication is something that a lot of degrees, you don't get a lot of education in, and so you need to be able to improve yourself there, whether or not it's finding opportunities to speak, to taking online courses, involving yourself in groups where you can take on leadership roles. Those are all opportunities to embrace a lifelong learning attitude. The next thing I wanted to mention is developing a growth mindset. So it's one thing to just try and improve yourself and be able to do your job well. The next thing you really want to do if you want to invest in your personal growth is really think about growth and finding opportunities and finding opportunities for growth. So you may experience challenges and setbacks in your career. You may see stressful situations, but the positive way to look at it is to see these challenges as opportunities for growth. If you're never getting challenged, if you're never having any stress, then you're probably not challenging yourself. You're not finding those opportunities. It's really a mindset of, maybe you've heard it. If you're not growing, you're dying, and so you really want to be looking for those opportunities where you can challenge yourself. You can feel the little bit of stress, and you could be like, I'm going to overcome this. And as you overcome that, you reach another level, and then that becomes your everyday thing. And then you can look for the next challenge and the next opportunity to grow, and really cultivate an attitude of resilience and perseverance. And that's really going to take you a long way. And so not just getting into a rut of doing the same thing over and over and over again, but finding opportunities to grow and opportunities to advance. Those really are important and are going to be the keys to your success in your professional career. And then the last point that I wanted to mention was networking and collaboration. I know that my network has really been the key metric for me. The ability to have people that I can reach out to for professional guidance, reach out to for knowledge sharing, and honestly for finding opportunities. If you have a strong network, you're going to be presented with opportunities that you wouldn't otherwise. And so it takes a little bit of effort. It takes a desire to put yourself out there to be in challenging situations. Maybe you're not comfortable networking. Maybe you're not comfortable talking with other people. But I can assure you, the more you do it, the better you're going to get at it. And as you learn the ability to network with others and collaborate with others, you're going to find that reaps rewards that can't be learned in a book, can't be found just through education, but a community knowledge that you will gain through your network. And you'll find opportunities within your network that just aren't available elsewhere. So at the end of the day, these three key categories are necessary for your personal growth, whether it's lifelong learning, a mindset of growth, or developing a strong networking and collaboration within your personal community. Those are the areas that are really going to be important in your personal growth. So I hope that that's something that can help you guys. I know we've got a great event for you here today. I'm looking forward to all the other speakers. And so I appreciate you guys coming here, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Sir Brian, are you ready for our fire rapid questions? Ready?
I'm a little bit scared, but I am ready.
Sir Brian, are you ready for our rapid questions? Ready?
I'm a little bit scared, but I am ready.
All right, here we go. Adobo or sinigang?
What?
Adobo or sinigang?
Adobo.
Mountain or beach?
Beach.
Bohol or Palawan?
Palawan.
Boracay or Palawan?
Palawan.
TikTok or Facebook?
I'm embarrassed to say Facebook. Facebook. Facebook.
LinkedIn or Instagram?
Instagram.
Let's see if you know this. Balot or Penoy?
Balut, my favorite.
As the CEO and leader of Tache, what are your guiding principles?
Really, I go back to my first principles of why I started the company, which was originally to help my family, to give them opportunities, and then as that grew, to bring in other Filipinos. That spread to helping all the Filipino people. I think that as I help other Filipinos, that's going to help me too.
After 11 years that Tache has been in service, what's the biggest lesson you've learned about running a successful business?
Well, it's about thinking in the long term. It's not doing things for the short term and trying to and ensure longevity. I want Tache to be around for another 30 years.
Tache is in the recruitment business, which means you have to deal with clients and applicants aside from your internal employees. What is your strategy when it comes to successfully catering to the needs of all?
Really, it's empathy. Trying to make sure that we're doing the best thing possible for our clients and the best thing possible for our applicants, the staff that are working for our clients. If they're happy, then we're happy. And as they both succeed, that makes us succeed. And I love that because we don't have a horse in the fight. We really want to support both sides, and that puts us in a great position.
What do you feel is the biggest accomplishment of Tache to this day?
Well, it's really, I think, the happiness of our clients and the happiness of our employees. We have an amazing record of success with our clients. Once they come with us, I'm proud to say that they don't leave. And I think the same is true with our candidates or our staff. Some of them have had opportunities that grass is greener, and a lot of them have come back. And I think that's a testament to our team and the way we do business.
Having lived in the U.S. for most of your life, what can you say differentiates Filipino workers from U.S. workers, and what makes them ideal team members for U.S. companies?
It's not about who's better or who's worse. I think it's about opportunities. And for the longest time, Filipino workers didn't have those opportunities. They're separated by geography, maybe stereotypes, but those are all starting to go away. And as we are able to bring Filipino workers into the offices of American companies, they've realized that as well. And I'm really proud to be part of that shift.
Philippines has proven itself with their
Man himself. Hello? Guys, can you hear me? Let me know in the comment if you can hear me. We have technical difficulties regarding the audio, so we want to make sure that you guys can hear me. Awesome. All right. So again, let me know. Yeah. So to know more about Sir Brian and Tache itself, please watch this very special exclusive interview with the man himself, Mr. Brian Luma. Thank you.
Philippines has proven itself with their attention to education, their English language skills, the Western culture that they have.
The BPO sector has been in the Philippines for about 2 decades now, starting in about 2000 and picking up from 2005 onwards. And over the years, gradually increasing its contribution to the economy.
Tache provides staffing for U.S. companies, small and medium-sized companies, in a variety of professional areas: engineering, architectural, marketing, legal, software development, really the whole gamut.
You need a large-scale operation to start big FDI levels to come to the Philippines. But in the case of Tache, you come up with an opportunity to work with them, and everything is already set up in that sense.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this interview, where we will explore the intersection of the Philippines business process outsourcing industry, online job searching platforms, and the innovative initiative spearheaded by Tache Outsourcing Services Incorporated. Our guests, we have Tache President and CEO, Mr. Brian Luma, and Dr. Alvin Ang, a known economic professor in Ateneo de Manila University. These gentlemen bring a wealth of expertise and experience in this field, making them ideal guides for our discussion. Gentlemen, good day to you.
Good day.
All right, let's start with you, Professor Ang. Prof. Ang, can you explain to us the positive effects of in the BPO industry has had on the Philippines and its workforce?
Well, that's a very interesting question. Actually, the BPO sector has been in the Philippines for about 2 decades now, starting in about 2000 and picking up from 2005 onwards. And over the years, gradually increasing its contribution to the economy. In fact, this year, we are expecting that the complete contribution would be about $30 billion. And that's very close now to the total OFW remittances of about $35 billion. And the BPO sector employs about 1.5 million people. So that's how large and big the contribution of the BPO sector to the economy.
Well, that's very impressive. And given those advantages that you've mentioned, that the BPO industry is contributing a lot to the economy, why do you think, Professor Ang, that some people have that tendency to look down on people who work in the BPO industry?
So primarily, the challenges there is the understanding or the observation that the BPO sector work is the time difference of the BPO sector where they are working with. If it's in another country, 12-hour difference. So it's a quality of life challenge. And also, I think the bigger challenge there is basically many of the workers in the BPO sector are working as professionals, but not in the specific field where they graduated in when they were in college, right? So, for example, a graduate of business might be working in the BPO sector as a call center agent, where they think that the type of work does not require that high level of a training.
Follow up to that, Professor Ang, and also Brian, if you could add, is compensation an issue why more Filipinos are going in that direction, going to the BPO industry? Is that because they can earn more when they work in that industry, particularly BPO?
Well, that's one of the things that attracts many workers to work there rather than in the local companies where they can find jobs related to what they completed during their studies. So they're usually paid double or triple that their normal rate if they work in their industry where they graduated.
Okay, all right. So I would like to go now to you, Brian. So Brian, how do you think Philippines play globally in terms of being competitive, particularly with the support of Tache Outsourcing Services Incorporated, Philippines as an outsourcing destination in a global scale? How competitive?
Philippines has proven itself with their attention to education, their English language skills, the Western culture that they have. We talk to our clients they've all understand the reputation of the Filipino people. And so there's really is a interest in tapping that market.
What about you, Professor Ang? How do you think Philippines play in that landscape globally?
Well, just like what Brian already mentioned, it's really the advantage of having a higher level of education, the connectivity to the Western culture, and more importantly, I guess, and it remains even if it's declining, is the ability to speak English as a third largest speaker of English in the world.
We are good at English, Filipinos. Professor M, what do you think are the notable changes in the landscape of outsourcing, particularly here in the Philippines? And how have these changes impacted the trajectory of the economic growth in the country?
Right. Well, actually, the economic growth of the country has been helped by the BPO growth in the last 2 decades. But recently, the obvious changes were being observed in the introduction of AI, in not only in the BPO sector, but in almost all facets of the economy. That this makes the contact and call centers threatened by AI. They can be replaced by AI. So this is where the Philippine government and the Association of Contact Centers are really thinking about it. How are you going to remove or to improve the contact centers, call centers, BPOs in general, in this challenge created by AI, since this could lower the future potential contribution of the BPO sector?
Sir Brian, what do you think are the notable changes in this landscape of outsourcing?
I think that the globe is always evolving, and the Philippines has benefited from that, from the high-speed internet and call centers and everything else that really improved that. And I think that as advancements come forward, it's only going to help the Philippines as well, because I think what it does is it levels a playing field in the globe. So as the AI comes about, it may have a negative effect on call centers, but what it's also going to do, it's going to make the Philippines more competitive with the US and the rest of the world in all the rest of the jobs. And I really think that's a positive thing for the Philippines as they transition away from call centers and these types of roles that I think are really kind of beneath the Filipino worker. It'll allow the bottom rung, if you will, of the Filipino worker to be raised even higher. And that's going to make them more competitive in the global market. And so I'm really excited about AI. I think that it's going to allow more Filipinos to compete on an even playing field with America and the Western world. Just like high-speed internet did, computers, software development, all that stuff has helped level the playing field, and I think this will just do the same thing.
Okay, talking more about AI, because people have that connotation that I might lose my job because of AI. What do you think? Is that a valid, a valid observation from the labor workforce, particularly, for instance, for Filipinos?
Well, I mean, from my perspective, I don't think anyone's going to lose their job to AI in the near term, but I think people will lose their jobs to people who use the AI, use it as a tool. And so if you're not learning about AI, if you're not interested in it, you might have some difficulty. But even now, with our team, I'm really encouraging them to dig into it, to play around with it, go on ChatGPT and do some prompt engineering and inquiries. And so we've already started to embrace it. And I know a lot of other people as well. Our clients are asking for people that are familiar with it. And so I would really encourage people to embrace it and become a master of it. And if you are, you're gonna be ahead of the curve, just like every other technological advancement that's happened.
Okay. There are online platforms available out there. Could you elaborate, Professor Ang, on how these online platforms contribute to labor market flexibility and address concerns regarding job security and benefits for workers in this one?
Yeah, well, the traditional concept and understanding of the online platform for jobs is that basically they provide opportunities that people can look for jobs anywhere in the world. And so this is an advantage that, you can stay in the Philippines and get those jobs and continue working without having to move out of the country and get the better pay. While that is a big positive and it allows you also to connect with other people and learn business techniques, management techniques in other countries. It is kind of limited in the sense that most of these are in the context of the gig economy. Gig meaning is like a one-off contract, and then there is no employer-employee relationship in most cases. And so after the contract is finished, then you have to look for another one. While most young generation would love to do this, at some point in time, there has to be some kind of job security, job certainty, and levels of going up in a particular organization where they are working.
Coming from that, Sir Brian, speaking about online platforms, how does Tache differentiate itself from popular online job searching platforms today?
Well, as the professor said, everyone is excited about these gig type jobs when they came out 10 years ago with these online platforms. And it really has been an entryway for a lot of small and medium-sized companies in the US to learn about the quality of the skills in the Philippines. But what we've learned over the years is that loose relationship, that contract or gig relationship between the employers and employees is not good for not only the employees, which seems kind of obvious, but also the employers. When I speak to other business owners in the US, they often talk about how they're always afraid that their employee or their gig worker or contractor is going to leave them at any time. They always have concerns about are they working with more than one company? Are they moonlighting? And so those types of relationships are not good for the employer as well as the employee, as the professor said. And so I think very quickly we're trying to figure out how can you utilize technology, but go back to what we had originally had, which is real employment with employment agreements and health care and health insurance and time off and maternity leave and bereavement leave, all these great things that the Philippine government mandates for their employees. We've allowed tech companies to sidestep that, and we need to get that back in line. And so Tache is really creating a platform where that can happen and where we can have the best of both worlds of technology bringing people together, but of having legit, real employment. And that's what we want for the future of the Philippines.
Because without employer and employee relationship, I can only imagine the cost because of turnover of employees, because employees will leave their employers, and that's really a headache for the employers, especially in the U.S. market. And you've highlighted the benefits that the Filipinos deserve to get, and that could be done through your company. All right, Professor Ang, to what extent has the presence of platforms like Tache attracted foreign direct investments to the Philippines? And how has this impacted the country's economic landscape?
Well, actually, Tache is quite unique in that sense that the foreign direct investments that is coming is different from the usual attraction to start businesses here. You need a large-scale operation to start big FDI levels to come to the Philippines. But in the case of Tache, you come up with an opportunity to work with them, and everything is already set up in that sense, so that the facility to get into foreign investment requirements, registering and all of these permits and all of this government regulation takes time.
Yeah,
and it will cost a lot as well. So Tache is opening an opportunity for all of this to be done in a short and swift manner without losing the ultimate objective of investing in it.
Can you give more details about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that really I see the market expanding to include small and medium-sized businesses in the U.S. that want to hire 1 to 5 people, 5 to 10 people, maybe 20 people. But if you're starting a office of that size in the Philippines, it's very difficult to do that if you don't have some direct connections in the Philippines. And so, getting the business permits, finding the real estate, getting the legal help, paying your taxes, paying the employee-related taxes, that's very difficult. And so what we want to do is create a platform that allows these small and medium-sized businesses that want to open offices in the Philippines, allows them to do that by shepherding through that process so that all the employee-related taxes are paid. Everyone's following the rules as the Philippines government requires. And really the country gains all of those benefits. Right now with onlinejobs.ph and Upwork and all these other relationships where it's a gig economy or a contract economy, a good portion of those employees aren't paying their taxes, unfortunately, which means that they don't get all the benefits associated with that and Social Security and healthcare and other types of stuff that we talked about. But bringing everyone into the fold of legally working, if you will, allows the government to do the things that they need to do. And so we've always been a big proponent of that. Tache's won awards for following the rules, if you will. And we're very proud of that. And I think that's better for the Filipino people. I think it's better for our clients. And I think it's better for the country as a whole.
And you are helping as well the economy grow here in the Philippines with that. All right, Sir Brian, we heard that you'll soon be launching a Tache app. How is Tache poised to improve the online job searching platform experience for both businesses and applicants that will use it?
Well, we've been in business since 2011 and kind of doing everything that we talked about today with just boots on the ground, the hard way, if you will. And what we want to do is expand our services to the masses, focus mainly in the U.S. right now, but to bring it the technology advances that we've seen in all the online jobs platforms, where the employer in the U.S. can search a database of employees and they can select the ones that they would like, set up interviews, interview them, select the employee that they like, and then bring them on board. That's the process that our clients are used to utilizing these online job platforms, and we want to give that to them. But we want to do it in a way that allows for a strong employee-employer relationship, where there's an employment agreement, where there's taxes being paid, where all of the benefits that an employee is afforded by the Philippines government happens, where they get bereavement leave, and maternity leave, and holiday pay, and 13th month pay, and additional health care, and they're in the Social Security system, and everything else. The Philippines really does have a wonderful safety net, and we want to bring that back to employees. But utilize all the good things that technology has. And so that's what we're trying to do with this app, and I'm very excited for it to be launched, and can't wait to show it to not only the Philippines, but the US as well.
We'll look forward as well to the launch of that app. From an economic standpoint, how do you think companies like Tache Outsourcing Services Incorporated contribute to the reduction of unemployment rate and underemployment in the Philippines?
Well, just like what Brian mentioned, the opportunity is there to increase the access of ordinary people for jobs that are really available in the Philippines. It's related to what they have finished, their profession, and what they like to do. So what is important in this kind of proposal or mandate that the government wants to do is that Tache is already providing for this platform. It's unique. It's an opportunity that has not been there. It's addressing a gap that has been affecting the brain drain of this country. And so if you address that, you give the people who want to go abroad the opportunity to think about it, the trade-off. If they can get the same kind of jobs in the country and still earn the benefit and all of the stuff that will be provided for them when they go out, then that's something that can not only lower the unemployment rate, it will also lower the underemployment rate because they will get the benefits, and also contribute to the opportunity for more workers to start to think that there is an option rather than going abroad.
Yeah. Okay. Is that also you?
It is. It really is. I mean, I started the company back in 2011, just trying to provide opportunities for my own personal family. They're engineers in Mindanao, and I started the company just trying to get work for them. So I think that providing employment for the Filipino people is really the goal here, growing that middle class. And what I'm confident about through the years of me working with Filipinos is if you put them on a level playing field with the world, they can succeed. And this app, I think, allows them to do that. And what they're doing now is they're considering, do I need to move overseas? Do I need to go to the Middle East? Do I need to go somewhere else to find those opportunities? And so the playing field isn't level. And if they have an opportunity to work here in the Philippines for a good wage in the profession that they're interested in, that they went to school for, that they had their hopes and dreams about, then I think a lot of Filipinos will take that option. I mean, it's a beautiful country, beautiful places, beautiful people, and you're with your family. Why would you want to leave if you have every opportunity here? And then what happens is it's a flywheel effect. You keep the best and the smartest people here in the Philippines. You're not losing them abroad, and then that just compounds. And I think that really will have an amazing effect for the country. And this is not a unique thing. It's happened elsewhere in the world, Taiwan, Singapore, where they've been able to grow their internal economies, where all of a sudden people wanted to stay and support and build that middle class. And I think that's the path we're on here. And I think it's a natural evolution from where we've come. And Tache, I believe, is at the forefront of that. We're just riding the wave that I think is happening. And hopefully we're an important part of pushing that forward.
That's a great model that you initiated. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the overall role of online job searching platforms and initiatives like Tache in shaping the modern labor market and the future of work? Profa.
When you are looking for a job here in the Philippines, usually the local governments or the Department of Labor will come up with job fairs where people have to print things and go and line up, when they can already go to an app that provides for all of this information, and also not just the local context, but give them the opportunity to look beyond what the Philippines is offering the world without leaving the Philippines. And so I think this will change the global labor market, that not only the Philippine labor market, but the global labor market. So what Tache is offering is some kind of a trailblazing introduction of not just the app, but the concept behind it. So the app is just the tool, but the impact that it will create is something that can be, replicated, and it is scalable.
Right.
Tache provides staffing for U.S. companies, small and medium-sized companies, in a variety of professional areas: engineering, architectural, marketing, legal, software development, really the whole gamut. And the idea is, when I was starting the company, was I didn't want to be another call center. I didn't want to be another VA provider. And there's obviously a need for that, and that's great, and people should do that. But what I did as I was building my teams is I noticed that a lot of the people that worked for us had never worked for American companies before. And it's not because they didn't have the skills, it's because they didn't want to go on Upwork or onlinejobs.ph, and they didn't want to have a gig job. They wanted a real job. They wanted a job where they had an employment agreement, where they were getting the benefits that they wanted. And so they didn't feel like they had that opportunity. At one point, we surveyed our employees, and 30% of them had previously traveled overseas. And because that's what they thought was the best opportunity for them. And so providing a place where you can get a real legit job here in the Philippines, working for a U.S. company, is an opportunity that wasn't afforded to them in the past, and we're really excited about doing that. I think that other BPO companies and other platforms, they've really looked at trying to sell the Philippines as a cheap option for finding labor. And maybe the labor is going to be 80% as good, but you're saving money, and that's great, right? And they do that by really trying to keep the wages as low as possible, and they're selling them at some number, and they're trying to make money on that margin. And we've really tried to shy away from that, and I've rejected it. And what we've done is we've said that we're going to be open and transparent to our clients and our employees. unlike other BPO companies or other platforms, we're going to tell you all the numbers. We're going to tell you how much the employees paid. We're going to tell you how much money we're making for the services that we provide. And we're going to have all that transparency there so that you can have employees in the Philippines know how much they're getting paid, maybe give them a raise on a semi-regular basis. You can move them up the ladder, give them more opportunities. You can really kind of grow your team with Tache. And I don't think you can do that. I mean, my experience with people that have hired people on Upwork or onlinejobs.ph or Freelancer or Indeed is those relationships, because they are so loose and aren't committed, rarely last more than 3 or 4 years. In fact, if you've got somebody from those platforms for more than 4 years, that's a unicorn. It's because you're not building a real office. And so what we do is help our clients build real offices. I tell our clients, we want you to feel like you're building your offshore office in the Philippines. And in doing that, you need to know all the numbers. You need to know how much your employees get paid. You need to be able to give them a raise every once in a while. And you need to be able to build that organizational chart. And I think it's very unique with Hitachi that you're able to do that with full transparency so that you can run your company in a way that's profitable and is looking for growth, as opposed to working with a partner on a job platform or with a BPO that's really trying to squeeze your labor force as much as possible to take out as much profit as possible. And that's not what we're trying.
Well, that's a very good practice that you do in your company, transparency. And I believe that's a very good principle that you inculcate in the culture in your company. All right. Brian, how does Tache embody the spirit of innovation and adaptability within the context of online job platforms?
We really embrace technology and trying to be at the forefront of it, but we want to approach it in a manner that's ethical to not only the employers, but the employees as well. And so we're not trying to create an online platform with millions of users, and we're just going to try and squeeze one end or the other as much as possible. And you see it all the time with ride-hailing apps and food delivery apps and other gig worker type of apps where they get to the point where they get a certain amount of mass, and then they're trying to squeeze that worker for as much as they can so that they can make money on the margin. And the only way they make more money is by squeezing that worker, by paying him less and less for each ride, for each delivery, for everything. And so we reject that option. We want to be working as a partnership with both the employers and the employees so that everyone's working together with full transparency. Everyone knows how much everyone's making. And what we found is that when the clients have full transparency of what the employee is making and they're able to pay them directly through our app, they end up being much more generous because they know that we're not taking a cut of that, right? We're not taking a cut of that. And so if they know that the money that they're paying towards their employees is 100% going towards the employees, they're much more generous than that. And so we've seen clients that give annual bonuses, even monthly or quarterly bonuses, depending on their success, that have long-standing tenured employees with us that do parties and team building activities and really start building a culture with their employees in the Philippines of a real office. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to create an economy where there's real offices here in the Philippines. And it's not just gig work, contract work, where everyone's fighting day to day for their next contract. People should have a real job that they can depend on for the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months or years. And that's what we're hoping for.
Okay. Well, Sir Brian has been highlighting about this, the social safety net that the Filipino workforce really deserve to get. Until now, Professor Al, can you say that has been a problem or a challenge in the workforce here in the Philippines? Has it continues to be a problem in our labor force?
Unless you are formally employed, then you are not you are not able to avail of all of these social safety nets that is in terms of healthcare, pension funds, even health insurance, housing loans, etc. These are all only available mostly for formal employees. Of course, you can do it as a self-employed, but that would mean that you have to pay the difference that the employer will pay. Even if you're paid well, but you don't get these benefits, then you don't have the social safety nets.
Right.
You have to pay them on your own.
Right. Okay. All right. Sir Brian, going back to you, you've mentioned a while ago that you really do provide opportunities for professionals to work for employers abroad, particularly the U.S. market. So kindly explain to us how TACHA supports professionals like engineers, marketers, and nurses in using their qualifications.
What we're trying to do is provide opportunities, connect these professionals with U.S. companies that are looking to hire them. And a lot of these professionals, they've been unable to do that because they're not going to work on these job platforms in a gig type situation. If you're a professional, you know, you're an accountant or you have a law degree or something like that, you know, that's just not what you want to do. And so you're held out of those markets. By working with TACHA, we provide an opportunity so that you can work with overseas companies, with companies in the U.S. and still utilize your degree. In the past, I think a lot of these people thought that they would either have to go overseas, or if they wanted to work with the U.S. company, then they end up in a call center or some other type of BPO company. And so providing opportunities for them to actually do engineering, actually do architectural work, actually do marketing and software development and accounting in a real accounting office, for example, you know, where you've got a lead accountant and junior accountants and trainees maybe underneath them and moving up the ranks and having that legit training and growth experience within a real accounting office is unique, I think, for professionals working with U.S. companies. Working with small and medium-sized businesses, U.S., which truthfully accounts for 80% of the businesses in the U.S. Everyone thinks about the big ones, but the small and medium-sized businesses is the bulk of the businesses. So that's really where the volume is. And so being able to work in an office with 10 other people, 15 other people, that is something that hasn't happened until now.
Sir Brian, in what ways does TACHA encourage professionals to envision a better future for their careers and personal lives?
We really want to provide opportunities for professionals to work with U.S. companies in their chosen profession. I think in the past, if you're an engineer or an architect or an accountant, you may not have felt there was an opportunity to work with the U.S. company unless you were working for Ernst & Young or one of these huge 10,000 person multinational companies in the Philippines. They have not had the opportunity to hire these professionals in the Philippines because they don't want to be gig workers. They want to be actual workers. And so TACHA provides an opportunity for them to work in their chosen profession, doing the work that they love. In the past, in the Philippines, you might have thought that if I want to be an engineer, I got to either go overseas and leave my family and do it that way, or I've got to give up on my career and get a job in a call center or do some other work with a BPO company. TACHA wants to change that so you can do your work in your chosen profession with a U.S. company.
Professor Al, do you think that professionals can really have that option on top of their mind? Because most of the professionals that I know, their first option is really to go abroad. But do you think we can change that mindset among professionals in the Philippines?
Yes, but what is missing there is really the actual opportunity that TACHA is trying to offer right now, because that's a missing part of the market. So the only option is the local jobs that are available here, and then if they look around, the next one is really out there. So TACHA is filling in a gap. So that gap allows you to be here and there at the same time.
Yeah, that's great, being here and there at the same time. All right, Brian, what steps does TACHA take to establish itself as a trusted partner from both professionals and businesses and ensure transparency throughout the process?
Well, I think the key is transparency. Showing to our clients in the U.S. that your employees in the Philippines are going to be treated properly, that they're going to get health care, that they're going to be in the they're going to be in the legit employment roles as a regularized employee in the Philippines. And our clients in the U.S. really appreciate that. They want their employees to be treated well. They do that for their local teams in the U.S. And so they really have been attracted to that. They don't want to work with contractors and gig economy people, but they felt like in the past that's the only way they can access the Philippines labor force. And we're providing them an opportunity to do it the right way.
And do you think, Professor Ang, we already have that momentum already in terms of having this segment of the labor force, particularly professionals, being employed by a U.S. employer but staying here?
Well, this is something that Tache is trailblazing, so it can be scalable. And so it's a matter of getting the word out there, people knowing that there is such an opportunity. Most of the challenges basically is that people don't know.
Yeah.
So until they know, this will be easily a word of mouth.
All right. Lastly, gentlemen, in the rapidly evolving technology landscape, how do you plan to adapt and scale the Tache app to meet changing market dynamics and user demands? This is for you, Sir Brian.
Well, I mean, the technology world changes quickly, and we plan on being on the forefront of that. We're utilizing all the latest technology and creating the app so that the users will have a familiar experience, so that in the back end, they're getting all the benefits that we want, but on the front end and the way they utilize the app, it'll appear very familiar. And we will continue to do that so that they can have the best user experience within that app.
All right. Probably, Professor Ang, with this conversation that we had talking about the landscape of outsourcing industry, we've touched first on BPO going towards this opportunity that Tache provides for professionals. What do you look forward in terms of the labor force here in the country, particularly in the outsourcing industry?
Well, actually, all of the opportunities we have given our workers is really the BPO sector, call centers, contact centers in general. But that still doesn't address one of the biggest challenges that we have many people who graduate in degrees and professions that they studied in, but they're able to practice whatever they have studied, especially here in the Philippines. And so if you really want to get good value for your education, it's really to move out of the country. So this is where Tache comes in, and this is something that people would have to see as an opportunity moving forward.
Thank you very much, Sir Brian, for shedding light on Tache's innovative approach, and Professor Ang, of course, for sharing your insights on the outsourcing landscape. It's evident that the outsourcing and recruitment industry is evolving indeed rapidly, providing new opportunities for both businesses and professionals. And in this ever-changing landscape, Tache Outsourcing Services Incorporated is certainly changing the game by bridging the gap between skilled talent and global opportunities, all while ensuring transparency, fairness, and respect in the process. As we conclude the discussion, I'd like to invite everyone to stay tuned for the exciting launch of Tache's very own mobile app, which promises to revolutionize the way we connect professionals with their dream careers and help businesses build outstanding offshore teams. Keep an eye out for this game changer. Thank you all for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you again very soon.
All right, so let me know, guys, if you can hear my audio before I dive into our next topic. Please do let me know. Hello. All right, awesome. Okay, so thank you so much, Sir Brian, for that enlightening discussion. You know, it's always fascinating to learn more about Tache, and today was no exception. So your insights, Sir Brian, have definitely broadened our understanding and appreciation of this dynamic organization. So again, for those of you looking to, looking forward to join the Tachi team, you're in luck because we're going to dig deeper into what makes Tachi such a unique place to work. So we'll talk about, the benefits of being part of this team, how the career opportunities available, and the kind of environment Tachi fosters for its employees. So I'm actually curious to hear more myself. What are the perks of working at Tachi? How does the company support personal and professional development? Because these are crucial aspects, that make a workplace truly stand out. So without further ado, I have here with me the very beautiful Jen and Lou, who will give us all the details about the working culture at Tachi, the benefits and the opportunities that await. Hello, Jen and Lou.
Hello. Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Awesome. Ladies, thank you so much for joining. I know they are all curious about what it looks like working at Tachi. I just want to ask, since I'm working from home and had a very little experience working in the office, so how would you describe the atmosphere in the office? Is it more laid back or fast paced?
Who wants to answer? Go, Jen.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that one. So hello everyone, to our viewers out there. So yes, Jamie, so here with Tachi, it's a good thing that you have mentioned. So we really do have like a diverse kind of setup here. So Jamie is on a work from home setup. Lou and I, we are on a work in the office. So we are located here in our headquarters here in Cebu, guys. So by the way, for those that this is just their first time to hear about Tachi and to know about our office setup. So here again, we offer, a diverse work setup in here. We offer work in the office, hybrid, and work from home setup. So for the atmosphere here in the office, I'm very happy that I am part of the talent acquisition team. So for those who know, this are the first time to see our beautiful faces. So we're part of the talent acquisition team. It's part of the internal or support team of Tachi. So in here in the office, so speaking of talent acquisitions, it's all about recruitment. I can really say that it's really fast-paced. But the good thing that it is fast-paced, meaning there are lots of job hirings. So there are a lot of job opportunities for our Filipino out there. So for those who listened to what Sir Brian mentioned a while ago, that our really goal is to provide rockstar jobs to the rockstar Filipino talents all around the Philippines, to our Filipino people out there. So yeah, I can really say that it's fast paced. What keeps me motivated, there are a lot of hirings, a lot of projects, and it what also keeps like us being so collaborative and competitive.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
How
I
about
would
you,
just like
Lou?
to add on what
Mhm.
Jenny said. So yes, I would really agree that I'm very fortunate to be able to work here in the office, because personally, I really prefer to work in the office rather than working fully remotely, because I need to see people. So I'm really glad of my team, TA. Oh, by the way, I'm also part of TA team. So yes, I'm very glad of my team, and I'm so happy to be able to see them, not every day, because right now we are on a hybrid setup,
Right,
but
right.
most of the days we can see them and interact with them. And I'm not saying that working fully remotely is bad, because it's really up to you at the end of the day as to what your preference is. So going back to your question, Jamie, about the atmosphere here in the office. Like I said, people here are so warm. Everyone here are so supportive. If you wanna ask something like other departments, they are really ready to assist you anytime.
And I am more curious, like, what's one thing about the work culture at Tachi that you think is really special or unique? Go on, Jen.
Yeah, one thing about the culture, I can't really say for the whole company because I can much say about our department. But one thing for the talent acquisition and recruitment marketing team is that we are really having like this such what we call like a teamwork. So in here, a lot of, as what I have mentioned, it's really fast paced. There are a lot of hirings out there. So we say there are a lot of hirings. There are a lot of deadlines to be, there are a lot of tasks that needs to be completed on a daily basis, but it's because that we have this specific teamwork. So I think it really lessens like the stress that we have here. Like at the end of the day, we are just really enjoying it. So that's one thing that I really love about this team of ours, and I know this has been evident also. We have a lot of videos of our recruiters out here, like our talent acquisition leaders, and then plus also like the employees that we have handled during the candidate during the hiring process. So I can really say that again, what I really love is like the teamwork, the collaboration, and like the healthy competitiveness that me and my teammates are having in here. So I think again that's what keeps me going, that what keeps me motivated and to really do my job here with that check.
Yes, as for me, about the culture here in Tacha, specifically the people here. So, like I said, everyone is so ready to assist you. So, whenever you need help. So, yes, I think one of the culture here in Tacha, well, to be specific, in TA team, especially in the recruitment marketing team, Jamie, Jen, and Sir Floy here. So, everyone here in this team are very collaborative. Like, if one needs some assistance in some areas, so the other team member is also ready to share their ideas. Also, one thing that I also like about the culture here or in our team is that we always pursue continuous learning. In fact, we have this monthly meeting in TA team, and we are really encouraged to stand up in front, what do you call this one, like enhance your presentation skill, something like that. And at the end of the day, it's really good because we only get to do this back in school, back when we're still in college and high school, but it never stops here in Tache. We still continue to learn. Yeah, so that's it for me, Jamie.
Right. And you mentioned about, working on your presentation or making a better, betterment of your skills. So could you share like a memorable team experience or project you've worked on at Tache?
Project. Okay. One thing that we are so much excited that our CEO mentioned this one a while ago is that we have something in store for you guys this upcoming 2024 is what we call the Tache app. I'm not gonna be dropping yet the details, but again, we are creating something for you guys. It's really, it's one of the projects that we have been really planning. Again, the goal for this one is to provide jobs to all Rockstar Filipino talents.
Wow. Yeah, so need I say more, Jamie? So actually, company-wide, yes, that is really one of the things that people should look out. I mean, not look out, but like look forward to this 2024. But in my experience, the most memorable project I have, well, at least with my own team, is I would say the past conferences before this one, because that was really the first. Just this year, we just started having virtual conferences, and we're new to this. We're new to event management, event coordination, and stuff like that. So I am very proud of the team because along also the way I was able to learn new skills, and I was also able to learn about my strengths and my weaknesses and stuff like that. So I guess that's what makes it more memorable for me.
Amazing. And how has working at Tache helped you grow professionally? I know that you've mentioned about learning new skills. What are the skills that you've learned at Tache that you're very thankful for?
Go, Jen.
Okay. So during the recruitment, in here, as I'll just gonna be giving like the industries that we have in here. So in Tache, we are very unique in a sense that we're not just focusing on one industries. So before we started in engineering and architecture, right now we are handling accountancy and finance, IT and software, digital marketing, e-commerce, customer service. Our customer service is also unique. That we focuses on also on some part of e-commerce and then into healthcare industries, so on and so forth. And here we are getting like a lot of different positions on a daily or on a weekly basis. And as a part of a recruiter. So it's like an additional learning for me to get to know more about, oh, okay, these are new positions. These are just available in the US. So there are really positions, or there are really people who are really expert on this one. So also get to learn more about, of course, because we are looking for rock star talents on a daily basis. The people that we are also interviewing are really rock stars. We are not just getting information to them, but we are also really learning from them. And then also the thing about the skills. So here with Tacha, we always have this specific learning. Lou mentioned a while ago, we have this learning session on a monthly basis. Plus, we also get to use like a different project management softwares in here that able to us to help really on management of our tasks and everything. So I think software wise, training wise, plus I'll get to insert last October, like talent acquisition team went to Manila to have the recruiter summit. So in here, really like skills wise, or the hard skills or soft skills here with Tache, they are really open for trainings, learning opportunities. So that's what I also really love working here with Tache.
Right. So, yes. I would just like to add to what Jenny said, Jamie. So, as I've mentioned, everyone here on the team are very collaborative. And apart from that, I would say everyone here is also very supportive. So, in my own personal career journey here in Tache, just to reiterate, I didn't really apply here as a recruiter, rather more on the recruitment marketing side. So along that journey, I really had to learn a lot of skills. Number one is really the creative skills that I have to sharpen. And then we have like video editing, we have technicals for the events, and a whole lot more. So I had to learn that along the way. And because of my team, like our manager here, Sir Floyd, he's also very supportive. Like he gives us this educational videos to learn. So I also went through that videos just to learn how to edit, how to make sure that our reels next time are catchy, and perhaps get more engagements in the future for future projects as well. So yeah, personally for me, it's really more on the creative skills that I can use in my current career here in Tacha, but also in the future, if I ever transition to
Right.
elsewhere or
Right.
whatever venture I would want to go. So I can also apply that one.
Yeah, and you're doing so great so far with your creatives, Lou. So yeah, all the trainings, all the skills that you've acquired here at Thatcher have been very worth it for you as an employee. And I want to know more about like the rewarding experience. Can you tell us about a really rewarding experience you've had while working here at Thatcher?
Go, Jen.
Rewarding experience. Okay. Number one, as a recruiter, rewarding experience is that when you get to give a chance to a job to a rock star, Filipino rock star. So it's not like just giving a job, but there are a lot of different reasons why a person is looking for a job aside from monetarily, but be able to help that specific person really land a career that he or really she wants. Her skill sets fits, and he is really like culturally fit also for Tache. So that's number one, really rewarding. And then when I get to know that she's already, or he or she's already on her first anniversary, second, third, fourth, or when our partner client will give kudos to that specific employee. So it's really rewarding. Second is the self-fulfillment also that I got, for example, because I'm also like doing also that acquisition and recruitment marketing, plus also any other administrative job, is that when I get to finish also specific projects, our boss in here she's really like supportive in all other aspects. She like the constant congratulations, or the constant
Right.
giving of like good things about the work that you have done, supporting us all the way. So that's what's kept me also really like motivated and be able to,
That's your love language, Jen.
yes, I get to say that good job, good work. You're so nice on this one. I love your presentation. I love it. So that's really what keeps me motivated to really do my best more really with regards with my tasks. So
All
That's
right.
great.
So for me, I would say that recruitment marketing and recruitment itself are very connected. So whenever we hold events like live sessions like this one, and on the side, we also conduct virtual job fairs. So, for me, it's also like a great feeling whenever there's a candidate who is successfully employed here in Tachi from the job fair that we are doing, and especially if they reach 1 year or at least 6 months. So it makes us proud as a team that, oh wow, we were able to invite that candidate and be really part of Tache. So that's one. And then second is, as I've mentioned, recruitment marketing team is really more on holding events like this one, job fairs and etc. So, along the way, Jamie, as you can also experience, we have some setbacks, we have some challenges, some struggles along the way with suppliers or technicalities and stuff like that. But at the end of the event, it is successful. So that also is very rewarding, not just for me, but for the entire team. So even though we went through struggles and whatnot, but at the end of the day, we were able to pull it off. That's it.
Right. Right. And you know what? I second to what you and Jen mentioned earlier. It's so rewarding to give
Mm.
opportunities to our applicants because here at
Yep.
Tate, we really believe that Filipino employees deserves more, and here at Tate, we give that to them. And yeah, let's talk more on your personal experience. In what ways has working at Tache contributed to your personal growth or confidence? Because I know Jen mentioned earlier, or you mentioned earlier that you guys are well, they are encouraging you to do presentations. So can you tell us more about that? How did well, in what ways has working at Tachi contributed to your personal growth or
okay, so for that one, James, I think for those who know me, like my friends and way back before, I'm not really like I really much prefer to work like just recruitment, just focus on the Zoom. But when the chance to have given like the recruitment marketing, so I was really able to do now live sessions. Before I'm so awkward, like I cannot really imagine myself to be in front of this into the screen. I know I'm really like extrovert with regards to my friends and my teammates and whatsoever, but on screen. So this really gives me something like an upskill to me that I can really do this. Like I was able to host this specific event. I was able to do some technicalities or some be part of like the back end support for this type of events. So it really gives me like another learning opportunities, upskilling. So
Yeah.
personally wise, so I really love that specific part of me. And then also my families or my relatives are teasing me that they can really see me on a Facebook or Instagram or in TikToks or whatsoever because I'm not really the person who really loves to, to do those things. But right now, so I really happy that that specific part of me has really opened here with Tache, and I'm really looking forward to more chances and possibilities
yeah?
of my marketing or recruitment marketing skills or experience will be much more
Right.
in here.
So Jen, does that mean that you will be the next host for our
Oh my
next
god,
event?
not really like I can just be your partner, James, but I cannot really do the main thing. But yeah, I'm so happy with that one. Before, it's just really feels so awkward, and I really don't think I can really do this one, this thing, or this project. But yeah, again, I'm really happy that I have accepted it, and also guys with the guidance of my team and you. So I think that this is really the place that I really want to be as of the moment. So I'm really happy in here. I really love what I am doing.
Uh, yeah, that's so nice to hear, Jen. Sorry, Jamie, I butted in.
No worries. How about you, Lou? Like,
Yeah. Sorry.
go on.
Yeah, for me, banking on confidence, how this job or my current tasks are making me feel more confident. So yeah, I would like to agree with Jen that before I didn't really have exposure with doing live events, but because of Tache and because of recruitment marketing team, I really have to be out there like right now, talk about my thoughts, my experiences, and stuff like that. So yeah, it really boosts my confidence, which is really good because I cannot only apply this one at work but also in my own personal life. So having confidence is a really good thing and it's a really nice skill to have. But I'm not saying Jamie Hanna I will be the next host.
I was about to
Disclaimer
invite
lang.
you. All right. So when in terms of balance, work-life balance, how does Tatcha support you in that specific aspect with your personal life?
Again, James, sorry.
Sorry. How does Tatcha support you in balancing your work with your personal life, like a work-life balance?
Work-life balance. I can really enjoy my work-life balance in here. I entered Tache as a single person, but right now I'm married, so I think I can really juggle my personal and married
Wow.
life. So
Mhm.
yeah, I think number one is again really the teamwork and the collaborative session that we have in here. Plus, we really do invest in tools that can help us, to manage our projects timely. And then plus also again in here we are really sensitive also with regards with our
Mhm.
task and everything.
Mhm.
So it's not really an issue for me. I can still really enjoy my life here as a recruiter, as a part of recruitment marketing, plus also like my personal life on a weekend basis.
Yes. So yeah, it's the same for me, Jamie. Like even though we are super busy sometimes, but I always see to it that I separate work from my own personal life. Like my work schedule is from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and some days I'm here in the office. So I see to it that after 7 p.m. Well, yes, I could check the work chat, but I really see to it that I don't because I have to set boundaries to be able to balance my work from my
Right,
own
and I
personal
agree.
life.
Right,
Mm-mm.
right. Okay, so this will be our last question for all for the two of you. If you had to pick one thing, what would you say makes Thatcher a great place to work? Well, Miss Universe in question, though, but go on, answer that.
I can choose.
Sorry, if you had to pick one thing, what would you say makes Thatcher a great place to work?
Dacha. One thing that I can describe Dacha so that it's a best place to work. I think it's not just we are not just referring it. I think the word is rock stars. In here, we are not just really using the rock star to attract talents, but in here we really do have like really a rock star people here with stature, like rock star environment, rock star people, rock star team, or rock star CEO, in which you have seen his video a while ago. So yeah, everyone is a rock star.
Yes. That's true, Jen. Like everyone here is a rock star because in the first place, we are really looking for rock star talents here in Tache. So yeah, for if I have to pick one thing, Jamie, I think it would really be because people here are very supportive of you. Like even though if you have this half baked skill that you're not fully confident to apply at work, but because you have supportive teammates or supportive colleagues, you get to learn those along the way, and I think that is really important because you can't really I mean, like even though if you're a rock star, you can't really box people to be super good at certain things, so there has to still be learning along the way. So yeah, having collaborative colleagues, managers, and everyone in the company, especially the CEO, Sir Brian, who's very supportive. So yeah, I think that's really one of the thing that I would pick.
All right. Thank you so much, Lou and Jan, for sharing your incredible experiences at Pache. You know, your stories truly bring to life what it's like to be a part of such a dynamic and supportive organization. And I'm sure everyone watching here right now can see just how rewarding and enriching a career at Pache can be. So, to all our viewers out there, if you've been inspired by what you've heard and are curious to learn more about Pache, I've got some great news for all of you because our Tache team or TA team, our talent acquisition team, is ready to screen your application. So again, this is your chance to find out even more about the opportunities at Tache and potentially taking the first step towards joining this amazing team. So if you've decided to apply, or even you're just, even if you're just considering it, make sure to stick around for our job fair. Bring your enthusiasm, your questions about Tache, and of course, your best shot. It's an opportunity not to be missed. And now, thank you again, ladies, for giving some time answering those questions. Now, let's keep the momentum going. We're moving on to our next exciting topic for the day. So get ready for more insightful discussions, expert advice, and engaging conversation. Our next topic is one that's sure to spark interest and offer valuable insights. So without further ado, let's dive in or right in and explore what we have lined up next. So our topic is an exciting panel discussions on continuous learning, the importance of lifelong learning and staying up to date. Today, we've got two amazing speakers who are living proof that learning never stops. First, let's meet Miss Lyra Corios. She's the boss of Luna Digital, a digital marketing agency. Miss Lyra is super good at Facebook ads, but that's not all. Her story is very amazing. She went from being a cashier to making it big in digital marketing and even became a millionaire. Nako, Miss Lyra, show us your secret. She also studied environmental science at De La Salle University, Dasmariñas. Oh, and you might have seen her on Kapuso Mo Jessica Soho this year talking about her success. Next, we have Miss Grace Lapsin. Miss Grace knows a lot about marketing and growing businesses. Right now, she's leading a marketing for a big publishing company in the US, and she's been in the game since 2010, selling all sorts of things online from survival gear to real estate and more. She's also great at helping other business people grow their companies without getting too stressed out. So our panelists, Miss Lyra and Miss Grace, are here to share their stories and tips on how to keep learning and stay ahead in your job. In your job, tips, growing and getting better on what they do. And to moderate this panel discussion, I would also like to call our moderator for this event, Mr. Floy Coco.
Hello, good morning, magandang umaga to all of you. Hi, my name is Floy. So I'm the one heading our recruitment marketing team. So of course, I would like to first off congratulate our team from Tache Careers for making this event possible. And of course, to all of our speakers for joining us today. And syempre, hindi mawawala yung ating mga attendees. Thank you for joining us today as we enjoy together's event through learning. And of course, to make this talk possible, so our topic for today's panel discussions, or maybe we can say about the fireside chat, no? So our topic is continuous learning, no? So why is it important, or the importance of lifelong learning and staying up to date? So let's call in our panelists, Miss Lyra and Miss Grace. Magandang umaga po sa inyong dalawang binibini. Magandang araw po.
Good morning, good morning. Magandang araw din sa'yo, Floy. Sorry.
Floy. Hello po. Hi, Miss Grace.
Morning.
Good morning. So I'm sorry. But ako kasi I'm amazed with your how you were able to build your career. So I was listening to your introduction, and I've seen and heard that it's very impressive enough because it's we know that you two started me. I started from scratch, no, and I think one of the important reasons why you are where you are right now is because of the importance of continuous learning. Okay. So let's go direct to the point. No? So I'll give you my first question. No? Well, can you help us to, and of course our audience as well? Um, what is continuous learning for you, and why is it important? Why is it important for you to have that continuous learning, especially that we have a very fast-paced world, no? So yeah. So anyone from the two of you who wants to go first?
I'll go ahead. All right. Continuous learning for me means that you really, again, it's from the word continuous, meaning it doesn't it doesn't have an end, or you don't stop learning, whether it's for personal or your professional career, because especially now that technology is rising, and the world is fast changing. So if you stop learning at this moment, especially now, there are chances talaga, or there is a high chance na mapag-iiwanan ka, because again, there's AI, there's the platforms, even the platforms that we're using are social platforms are evolving or fast changing. So if you stop adapting, if you stop learning, then you will be left behind.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you. How about you, Miss Grace?
Um, I agree with that. Yeah, that's true. I think continuous learning is a conscious decision by the individual to be always up to date to whatever is new. It might be related to the niche or anything, that is new in the world, in order to really ensure that you are relevant, in order to ensure that you are on top of what you're doing, and also to just basically enjoy, what life has to offer, because I think learning should be associated with the fullness of life. So learning continually is, I think, really important to, of course, not just be relevant, but to basically live up, to the standards, to the dreams that you have in life, and to widen your network, and be a specialist with whatever it is that you are pursuing in life.
Yeah. Well. I again, I would like to say that yeah, I both agree with your answers. I mean, in today's world, there's AI already. So when AI was introduced in the market, no, so that was last year of November, if I'm not mistaken. So when it was introduced to the market, a lot of people wondered, what will be the impact of AI in job security, and then a lot of people as well, especially those who are keen into learning, they were able to adjust right away when it comes to working with AI. So that's one thing that gives the reason why there should be an importance when it comes to continuous learning. So that's what Miss Grace also mentioned, that there you should also be relevant. No, so for me, yeah, it's with what you to answer, that's very impressive, and of course I mean I would like to share more, but I know that this is a panel discussion. So let me give you my second question. No? So when it comes to your personal experience, when it comes to when we say about continuous learning, how can you share about your personal experience that continuous learning made a pivotal role in your career, or yeah, in your career that you have now? Yeah, Miss Grace, it's your turn maybe. Yeah.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Floyd. When I'm an educator by profession, so I have my master's, I have my doctorate, things like that. So before, I was just always associating learning in the form of a degree or education, but it's not. And that's what I would like to also encourage those that are watching or listening us right now. This became really significant to me because I was able to start earning millions because of continuous learning. Degree did not really do it for me. also when it comes to establishing a business, it not, basically maybe, the passion was there and you know how to basically start. But when it comes to really breaking, having that breakthrough that you need, it was the continuous learning. What happened to me was I already started Surge. It was FBA back then, but then it did not really have any breakthrough. We were basically having, a few students, a few clients out there, but it was only when I started having audiobooks. I don't know if you're familiar with audiobooks where they usually get the insights of a book, and basically one book is shedded into like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And that's where I got a lot of knowledge. And every day I would listen to one book inside, and it just basically made a breakthrough in my life. I started learning new things. I was getting a lot of information that was helping me as a person, helping me as a professional, helping me as a market leader, helping me with my passion, with my outlook, with my vision, not just in the vision or the mindset, but also in the details of how things are done. So that's when I started applying it and, learning new things again and applying again. And out of that situation, that's when I started really basically breaking the bank and having wider impact in people's lives, basically the people that we're serving. So it's not, for me, it's not a question anymore to really like, is it needed? Is it something significant right now? It should be a must when it comes to everyone out there who is passionate about something. We can have a degree, we can learn on something, but it's really about continually learning something that we're able to also have a wider grasp in the information out there, that it's just there. And then from there, you're able to have more knowledge that you can apply. It widens your perspective. It widens your vision. And that's what happened to me, basically.
Wow. So, I mean, it's again, it's a very impressive, achievement for you, Miss Grace. And I've seen Surge for some time already, and then I know a lot of your students are very much effective with what they're doing right now. It's because how you're able to let them understand that there should always be continuous learning, right? So, how about you, Miss Lyra?
During the pandemic, I think it was 2020, right? The world has stopped for a bit because there was a lot going on, really. But while some people have lost their livelihood, may it be a job or a business closing down, I became a Facebook ad strategist. So since then, I have had to continuously learn about digital marketing, especially the platforms that we're using. Facebook. We've started TikTok, also Instagram, and because of that, the learning never stopped talaga, because I have to cope up. My members have to cope up, and we need to adapt to trends. Because our strategies today may not work next year, this coming 2024. And during that time also, because of my continuous learning, I was able to put up a digital marketing agency while others have panicked. And really, we a lot has panicked naman talaga, because we don't know, we didn't see it coming. We don't know what to do. It's a first time. So yeah, but with a conscious decision then to really do something, and not just parang ano bang gagawin ko, what do I do, if hindi ko pinigilan yung pag-panic mode ko, I may not be here today. Yeah, so that's what pandemic really helped or changed my life today.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Well, I like what you said when you talk about what what call this whatever your strategy is now, there's a potential that it may not work tomorrow. No, so I like how you said it. Well, I mean, when it comes to, diba, when it comes to changes, no, it's either you adapt right away or you get to experience the worst part of it, diba? So ano bang gusto mo? Would you like to experience the worst part of it, or you prepare already? So I think that's why it is important for you to have that upskilling, that continuous learning type of attitude mindset. Because of this kind of situation, again, yun nga, there are only two options there, no? So it's up to you to decide. So now, how do you keep yourself updated when it comes to latest trends, no, or developments in your respective field? Do you have any current challenges? So, for example, for social media, or for search side itself, the education part. So, Miss Lira, maybe you can share first.
Okay. I keep myself updated with the latest trends by reading articles and books about, especially with what we're doing, digital marketing. So I read a lot of digital marketing articles and books, and I also enroll in courses related to what we do. The challenge that I face sometimes is when I get too overwhelmed of the choices, because again, the we are relying so much on the internet, on technology, and since we have access already to that, there's so many choices. So, like, for example, I saw a course today that I think is good. Then I saw another one that I also think is good. So, sometimes when that happens, what I do is I deliberately study what their courses is about, what their offer, and see if that is aligned to what I currently need and what I or what is my goal for that. Kasi if you have a lot of choices and if you overthink it and you don't know what you need and what's your goal, chances are enrollan mo lahat because you think they are all good. Kasi nga, di ba, lahat naman talaga maganda. But and when you're there, parang hindi ko pala to kailangan. So parang ganun. It's just a waste of resources and also a waste of time, and also it's a disrespect to the course creator, kasi because you don't need it at that moment, hindi mo na siya i-consume kasi nga parang so sayang yung mga resources and yung time mo.
Yeah, so I think it's is it safe to say that you have to choose your niche first, and then once you have that niche, you gauge everything by, as what you said, you need to have a goal in order for you to know what should be your first step when it comes to what course do I want to take, no? So I think that's well, based from your answer, that's what I have learned from it. How about you, Miss Grace?
For us, Floy, it's a little different because we're the ones creating the courses. We're the ones that are empowering the freelancers or the remote workers. So what we usually do to keep up with the need in the marketplace is we really ensure there is relevance in the marketplace and at the same time alignment. So my husband and I are usually the ones really upfront. Kami yung nasa forefront when it comes to talking to our customers. We really talk to the business owners personally and find out like what are their needs. And then out of those needs, we do our market research and create or craft curriculums out of it. And that's where probably my education portfolio would help. So we usually just go into really ensuring that we provide personalized approach to all of our customers. So we talk to them. We're the ones answering their questions. We looked into how much is it needed really. If it's if it's just something that a lot of people are asking because they personally need it, probably we can refer them to something that is a little bit maybe similar. But if we're identifying that it's a huge market, or it's a huge need, then we craft something out of it, and that's where we go and create something relevant for our target market. For example, we just created a new program. It's called the Masterclass Virtual Assistant Program, because in the past we've been creating programs directly towards digital marketing. But then now we've seen that a lot of business owners are coming into the market, and the trend is they are needing more of executive assistants. So we really crafted a program towards executive assistants, and we looked into what are their needs. So they're needing like basically a virtual secretary that can create almost anything. So that's how we go and keep up with the trends. We look into what's needed in the market, and we create something, and we test it out, and then we provide it, and we ensure that whatever is there, it's aligned. So when we craft a curriculum, we ask our hiring partners, like, is this something that you need? And they would give us a feedback. Oh, can you please add on the communication skills? Can you please add on this? So to keep up with the need and the trends, and whatever is needed in the market, we learn, since this is continuous learning, by identifying the needs of our customers, and then aligning the very curriculums that we create for our virtual assistants. So when they learn from us, they're not just another portfolio in the marketplace, but they're not really hired. We really ensure hiring opportunities for them by ensuring that they're not just taking another course or another certification, but there's really jobs waiting for them, because that's what we ask the customers, we ask the business owners, and then we kind of really ensure that there's alignment towards that. So talking, lots of conversations, lots of adjustments, help us to be on top of the trends.
Yeah, well, I like, Miss Grace, how you formulate your courses. I mean, it is made not just kasi, di ba, sometimes there are some coaches, they make their courses, it's because it is made, I don't know, out of hype. So those are some, I mean, let's face it, may mga ganun talagang marketers. But the way you guys, especially of course with your husband, I would like to say hi to your husband as well. So you as husband and wife tandem are doing is that you two are formulating a course based from a problem. And then from there you make a solution out of it, and then from there the solution is that's the ones that you offer to your students, no? So I mean, that's if you're an aspiring entrepreneur as well, ganun din yung pag-formulate ng paggawa ng business, di ba? You identify first the problem, and then what's the problem, and you make a solution out of it. From there you make a business model out of it. So I like how you two are or your team has been doing your courses. So very impressive. As what you said, Miss Grace, no, it's the relevance. That's one thing that is very important here when it comes to formulating. So again, guys, to all of those who are also watching our stream right now, what you can learn from our two panelists are very diversified, because we have one, Miss Lira, she's a digital marketer, an agency owner. Then we have Miss Grace, an educator naman, no? So I mean, it's one thing that you can say that you can also be proud of yourself, what you're doing right now, because that's part of your continuous learning, no? So that's I congratulate as well our attendees, and at what Miss Grace mentioned earlier, VAs. So for Tache, in our company itself, no, so we have a growing number of requirements from our clients that are in need of VAs, EA VAs as well, no. So I mean, and at the same time, digital marketers, yan yung mga kasama sa top 5 namin when we've done our portfolio study. So we have seen there's a big number of requirement for EAVA or digital marketers. We have some AutoCAD operators. Yan yung mga top na pumapasok palagi. So I think that's the reason why you two have been partnered together in this panel to help us as well as viewers to understand that when you look for a job, don't and at the same time you want to achieve that continuous learning. For me personally, you should not look for continuous learning because your job requires you to have it, but at the same time it's because that's part of the growth that you want to achieve for yourself. So ayun. So again, eto na naman yung sakit ko, napapadami na naman akong salita. So let me go to the next question. So what strategies or habits do you guys recommend for someone who wants to embrace continuous learning in their daily life? So let's go again kay Miss Grace naman. Miss Grace.
For me, Floy, and I think maybe Lear is also doing this one, to really make a conscious decision. That's why when you asked us earlier on like what is continuous learning, I really emphasize on the word conscious decision, because we have a lot of time in the world, but then unless you make a conscious decision to ensure that continuous learning is somehow integrated in your daily lifestyle, you're not doing it. You know, you can be spending a lot of time in social media, you can be spending a lot of time in games and all, and the day will just end without you learning something. So there should be a conscious decision. And for you to be able, for me, based on my experiences, these are the ones that I added into my daily habit in order for me to have that learning capacity. Number one, I listen to audiobooks. I'm using Insta Read. Okay, that's an app. My husband is using Headway. So those are two apps that will give two insights. I know everybody's busy in a very rapid environment that we have now in our technology. These apps can help you just when you are commuting or when you wake up in the morning, when you are on a treadmill. It helps. And then another one for me is to also read books. I don't do this on a daily basis, but I have like books everywhere. Like right now I have this one. It's from one of my mentors. So I have books all the time. Iba yung experience because audiobook is just there, and then, or podcast is there. I also do podcasts when I'm working, I'm listening. But the book also experience, it's good to just highlight it, read, and then take a picture, when it's a little bit not on a rush. And then one also thing that I'm also doing is managing my social media feed. The algorithm is there for your benefit now. So it basically give you information and the feed that is according to your interests. So if you are not, you can hide posts that are not really good for you. Like when I'm in TikTok, I, scroll up, there's that 3-second time that you can just actually move up the content that you don't need. So basically it's more intentional when you are, creating a habit for continuous learning. So in order for you to embrace that, there should be a conscious decision. And if you're on a fast-paced lifestyle, audiobooks or podcasts will help. If it's a little bit chill, then books. But basically, for me, it's becoming more intentional into your daily life.
Yeah. Okay. How about you, Miss Lyra?
Thank you, Floyna. So I agree with Miss Grace that it's really you have to create or you have to do a conscious decision. So you have to be intentional talaga with continuous learning. So I've tried different strategies and habits that eventually found something that would really work for me with continuous learning.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
And so far, what worked for me is scheduling everything. So schedule even my personal what you call this tasks or personal na ginagawa. I schedule it. Every day I read a book at least 10 pages, or if I have the time, at least an hour. And then I also listen to podcasts at least one episode per day. And of course, the learning doesn't stop there, because the true learning comes from taking action of what you've read, what you've listened to. It's basically if there's anything I learned from the learning materials that I consume, even the TikTok Miss Grace mentioned, I also do that. Kung ano yung nasa feed ko, if it's actionable, I do it. I think that's the best way to embrace continuous learning and to take action on what I've learned or what you will learn with your
Yeah.
learning materials.
Okay, I see. Well, I like what again your answer. So I personally I'm learning a lot from you too. So I even told my team that hey, we must cut some of these responses and put it in social media because I find it very helpful. For those people who are keen into this kind of continuous learning, yun nga, it's we can say these are the golden nuggets when it comes to yung taking that opportunity for you to grasp something, this kind of responses. So it's for me, I'm happy that I'm getting all of these answers from you. And Miss Kisa, I know earlier you mentioned about some of the technology, the platforms that you use. So actually, it's also related to my next question. No? So how has technology have influenced you when it comes to upskilling, continuous learning, and maybe you can also say some of the tools. Well, Ms. Grace, you mentioned some a while ago. Maybe you can mention some pa. So other tools that you've been using, platforms that you're using that you find most effective.
Technology has become a partner and a friend to a lot of us who are into continuous learning because number one, I think the keywords with technology and continuous learning are number one, speed. It is faster, and number two, it's personalized. So before in college, I think one of the terminologies that I learned was information deluge. Like you have all of this information and you're like basically covered and swimming into it, but it's not something that you all need. Maybe some of it are just what you need. So with technology, it's faster. You can use apps like what I mentioned earlier. I'm using Instabook. It's when I signed up, it's 4,000 pesos only for the year. So sulit na sulit. Headway is also like that, around a little bit higher, but Headway has more recent insights. So sometimes I go to my husband's app, so yun yung benefit, why we have different apps. So if there are book insights that are not in my book, audiobook, I can go to him. So, and another one is the information. If you need information, there are also other apps and platforms that are free, and it's based on your interests. You can just research. Of course, there's YouTube, there's Spotify, there is a lot of podcasts in apps right now, and it's all for free. And even these apps that I mentioned earlier, you can sign up, and I think the first month is also free. So when using technology to our benefit, we can use all of this that will align to the fast-paced lifestyle that we have. So there's speed, and it's also personalized. It's not anymore like all of this information we have to learn and it's not relevant or related to what we're doing, but it's more geared towards the algorithms that will best benefit us. So if we're like Miss Lyra that is into digital marketing, so probably all of her feed are directed towards tips and strategies and how she can improve in digital marketing. If probably ano bang interest mo, Floy, probably I can see wealth. So yeah,
mukhang pera, mukha akong pera, Miss.
Yeah, things like that. And learning is also means earning. The more you learn, the more you earn. You have the capacity to earn. If I would have been from who I am like 10 years ago without work from home, without remote working, I probably see myself in, not to, belittle that, but I can probably be, because I'm a teacher. So I'm probably teaching, all out there, but my reach is maybe a little, just within the four corners of who I am. But because of learning, because of technology, because of online, we can do so much through Surge. We can reach out to a lot of information. So it's not just gaining knowledge, but also giving knowledge. Like with what we're doing here right now, with Tache, with Surge, with what Lyra is doing, with the key resource speakers that we have later on. With technology, we're able to give out knowledge. We're able to share what's effective with us. So there's speed, there's personalization, there is the ability to gain and also give knowledge through different platforms. And that's how technology is really beneficial to what we're doing when we're embracing continuous learning. So it's not just benefiting from it, but also being able to give. You can create a TikTok channel that just gives, and just like what you mentioned earlier, Floyd, cut pieces out of it and then share it to people that will also benefit.
That's right. Agree. Well, Miss Lyra, how about you?
I think Miss Miss Grace mentioned almost everything, but just to add also now, again, technology is already the informations are really out there already. So ikaw na lang yung hinihintay ng mga information na yan, ikaw na lang yung hinihintay. And in just one click, you can already find what you're looking for. If your interest is, in wealth, then you can find courses, online courses, or even just articles about wealth or anything that really interests you, because it doesn't, the continuous learning doesn't just hindi lang siya nakaano kung nasaan ka ngayon, kung anong profession mo ngayon, hindi lang siya doon nagre-revolve. It also revolves in your interests, with the kung ano talaga yung, maybe it's one way of preparing yourself in taking the next level, diba? So there are many resources to choose from, like courses and coaches you can learn from. Personally, I also go to Coursera. So I browse yung mga, there are so many free online courses din doon, and sometimes Google din. Google is very helpful naman talaga. You can get certificates then from their free courses if you want. So mga ganong aside from the traditional learning materials, books, podcasts, Kindle kung ayaw mo ng physical books. So yeah, take advantage of our technology today.
Yeah. So, I mean, all of these tips that you guys are getting, to our viewers, information is already easy to reach today. So, you just have to take action. So, I myself, ako rin, just to share, Miss Lyra and Miss Grace. So, every time I start my work in the morning, so before I play music, just to freshen up my mind. Pero binago ko siya in a way because I wanted to start my day motivated. So music is good. It makes my self feel more relaxed. Pero gusto ko naman this time motivated naman. So what I did is I as easy as just going to Spotify and I search CEOs talking. So search ko lang and then I found this one channel which is Diary of a CEO. I don't know if you're watching that. And when I saw a lot other episodes, I saw that wow, it's very impressive yung lineup of the guests. So some are CEO of Spotify, Shopify, X, Twitter. So it's very rare that you can get to have that 1 hour of discussion with this kind of people. So all I needed to do is just play that button and I can learn something from them already. So ganun yung ginagawa ko. Every morning, I play one of their episodes and right after that, I feel motivated already to work. It doesn't mean that I was also once a entrepreneur, although it failed, but I want to go back to that route once again in the future. So but in order for me to go back in that route, I need to motivate myself once again. So you take those small steps to our viewers. So yon again, pasarap na naman ako sa pag-share. So well, let's also go to the maybe not negative, but more of like the challenges or obstacles. So what are those common obstacles that you see that people face, maybe in your community that you respectively handle? What are those common obstacles people face in upskilling and in continuous learning, and how do you suggest in overcoming those kind of obstacles? So let's go first with Miss Lira naman.
Okay. So what I've observed, no, is for those people who really want to continuously learn, tend to hoard learning materials or courses. I know because I was once like that. So I enrolled in courses just because I know the course creator, or because I heard a lot of good things about the course or about the course creator. So, however, when I bought the course, may binili ako one time and it felt like, eto na yun, this is it, is this all I got? I've had courses din na I'm not too satisfied with, mainly because I enrolled for the wrong reasons. So when I enrolled enough in courses, sobrang dami ko ng courses na salihan, mga seminars, that's when I realized na hindi ko naman talaga kailangan lahat.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did moving forward, kasi hindi lang siya yung tipong hindi ko siya kailangan lahat, but at the same time, I also wasted some of my monetary resources. Diba? So what I did moving forward was I checked what I really needed, because I can't get what I want if hindi ko naman talaga alam kung ano yun. Diba? So once I knew what I needed at that moment, kung ano ba talaga yung kailangan ko, for example, in the agency, ano ba talagang kailangan namin ngayon sa agency? Is it earning more this much, or is it our processes, polishing our systems, or hiring more people, so mga ganon. So once I knew that what I needed at the moment, I only enrolled in courses or get a coach or a consultant that I thought would really help with my goal. So I now learn intentionally, hindi lang yung parang budol-budol lang na mga, sige, bili ako ng ganitong libro kasi binabasa ni ganito, bili ako ng ganitong courses kasi nag-enroll dito si yung mga ganon. So, it becomes intentional. Sabi nga ni Miss Grace kanina, anong term ni Miss Grace? Conscious decision. So, yes.
Okay. How about you, Miss Grace?
Yeah, I can attest to what Mas Lira mentioned, yung hoarding, ang dami nun. Siguro also I would add on that time management part. Lahat tayo fast-paced and we're easily distracted with technology that we have right now. So maybe have accountability. So maybe a planner will help. It's really just like what you gave us an example, Floy, how you shifted from listening to music and listening to podcasts. So parang ganon, you have to really make that conscious decision and add, if you can add learning in your activities during the day, that would help you. So a few of the challenges that I'm seeing in my students or my graduates or the freelancers that we're serving are, number one is time management. Number two is getting started. It takes a lot, especially with the culture that we have here in the Philippines. It's a little bit laid back. It's a little bit more spoon feeding. So a lot of people are used to, you provide them information, you provide basically lahat na, okay? Like from training to hiring, they're expectant that you have to give them everything. May work ba dyan? Satisfied? My client na ba yan? Yung ganon, because we have been so used, maybe in our education system, from the basic education to higher education, that everything is a little bit laid back or provided for. Or pwedeng like, kausapin mo lang sa ganito, okay na yan. But it's not happening in today's emerging freelancing marketplace or the remote working industry. That's not happening anymore. You have to be self-directed. So in order for us to help with our constituents with regards to time management, we have to really train. We have to really educate our people. We have to really change mindset that you have to be self-directed. You have to change and make better decisions. So for us to be able to empower them to change yung mga challenges nila on time management and getting started, there are a lot of training. That's why we provide free training. So like what Tachi is doing now, this is free and people can benefit from it. It takes a lot of these ones in order for us to change a generation na spoon feeding yung experience nila. So when we do more training, when people are changing, and we're seeing that maybe in the last few years, I'm seeing that more and more people are more self-directed, are becoming more hungry to learning how this learning is changing their lifestyle. So that's good. We are seeing a tip of the iceberg here, but it takes a lot of training, a lot of education, a lot of mentoring for them to be able to shift into a new mindset, to shift into a new habit, and overcome these struggles on getting started to love lifelong learning.
I agree on that. Well, ako rin, I also want to add up on your answers. For me, when it comes to common obstacles or challenges that most people face is that when they, yung mga nakikita ko, when they enroll for an online course or a physical course or face-to-face course, is that they enroll because the way the course has been introduced to them, that they will make tons of money right away. A lot of people are interested or keen to enroll already because nabulag sila that, hey, I will make millions of money. Let's be practical. Let's be let's be honest that all of us, we want to make money, but we have to understand that when you start on deciding to learn something, you will really have to start from scratch, from zero knowledge maybe. And then step by step, there's a long way before you achieve whatever that coach was able to achieve. So don't enroll for a course because you will make tons of money right away. You enroll for an online course or whatever educational activity that will be, because you know that it will help you grow over the long term. So that's what I usually see kasi there are a lot of influencers right now. That's how they market things. Enroll ka sa akin, magkakaroon ka ng 7-figure salary in just 1 month. So how can you do that? Maybe if you get to teach how they will win in the lottery, that can happen. But when it comes to this kind of, especially for you to be a VA, for you to be a digital marketer or whatever freelancer field you want to be with, it will really take you some time before you build that high-paying portfolio. And you have to understand that. Not because you deserve to get a low-paying job right away, but because it's part of the process, yun nga, di ba? So it's part of the process that we all have to face. So that's my add on to your answers. So Miss Chris, we were able to answer this. So, ang galing nung mga sagot mo, Miss Chris, kasi connected agad dun sa next question ko. So, yung response mo kanina. Yeah. So for individuals with demanding schedules, no. So, what advice can you offer or tell them, integrate them when it comes to learning including learning in their daily routine? So, sige, Miss Kay, since ikaw yung directed dun sa sagot mo kanina, what's your answer to that?
I think I already mentioned a little bit of this one. Number one, make yourself really accountable. So find ways. I think Lyra also mentioned a little bit. She mentioned na after doing a lot of courses and all, I actually found a way what works for me. So may iba that maybe books will help them. There are also other personalities that they're very self-directed. There are also other personalities na spoon-feeding talaga. That's what you mentioned, Floyd. Iba-iba. We've worked with thousands, hundreds of thousands of freelancers. And that's why we created our apprenticeship program. If they need guidance, may iba na after courses, they're right on. They can find a job. Yung iba naman wala. So it's really different. But I think the one that is applicable for all of us, I myself included, is to really be accountable. Not just go out there and jump into a situation and learn, but hindi mo tatapusin, okay? If there are other, if medyo mahirapan na, just quit or make an excuses about it, but not really like going through the process and learning and overcoming it and becoming a new person out of, the learning experience. So if you are accountable, that's where mentors will come in, probably your spouse, a partner, a business partner. So I don't think, one is really effective with what she or he is doing without a set of wisdom, around that person. Usually, that's where mentors will come in, a group of people, maybe peers will come in. Kasi information is there. The technology, it's already personalized to you. So if you are still seeing that you're not doing it for some reason, so there's really an issue and maybe you need some accountability. So make time and make yourself accountable. It might be, for me, I have like huge planners. I do checklists, the to-do list. And then my husband is also there, like, making a routine. That will probably also help, create a schedule, make a routine, and make learning a part of your routine, a part of your schedule. And above all, be accountable. At the end of the day, check out if you're able to do these things, because it's not the running away from the issue or running away from the learning opportunity that will improve your situation, but going through it. If I would have run away from a lot of experiences, though there are really things that I have to stop. Okay, this is not working. You have to assess what's working and what's not working. But overall, you can detour, you can stop, you can reroute, but overall go through the learning experience, because when you make yourself accountable, no one else will really direct your path. It's you. It's you who will say, I want to be a new person in 2024. I want to be a different Grace Luxine in 2024. I want to be a business owner by then. Here are some goals, but no one else will make it happen but you. So you have to make yourself accountable in so many ways. It can be a planner, a schedule, a new routine. There was one incident that I was like, a marketing manager for an Irish company. It was a franchising company. And it was one of the really long-term freelancing client that I have. Until now, he still gives me clients as well. And he also served as a business mentor when I was growing as a freelancer. And there was one situation where everything was just chaotic in my life. I was like absent all the time. I was like getting sick. Everything I was having migraines. And he told me that when I came back and he asked me what happened because I was absent for a week. I told him, this and that. And he told me that, you know what, Grace, if you don't change anything, nothing will change. And that really rippled to how I lived my life from that on. So it's not anymore situations or opportunities, because there are always opportunities for you. There are free courses, free learning materials. But unless you make yourself accountable to the change and make that decision to change, nothing will happen. So, go ahead and make yourself accountable to whatever is working for you.
Okay, see guys, I mean, these two ladies, in whatever respective positions they are at right now, you have to understand that lahat tayo may mga pinagdadaanan tayong whatever personal issues, no? So I like what Miss Grace answered, and nakakonect agad ako doon na, yeah, I mean, you have to, if you want to change something in your life, you have to do it. You have to start having that kind of mindset that you want that change, and of course make yourself accountable into it, no? So I love how you answered. How about you, Miss Lyra? So what do you think when it comes to people with demanding schedule?
So I think for me, no, for people with demanding schedule, if you really want to do it, you will find the way. If it's important to you, you will find time because hindi ka mag-aantay na magkakaroon ka ng time bago ka tawag dito, magkaroon ng continuous learning or i-integrate mo siya dun sa daily life mo. So for me, I suggest to create a schedule, set an alarm or put it in your calendar. You can also start by learning once or twice a week. Depende sa schedule na i-allot mo for that specific time. And you may also create a tracker. Medyo tedious siya, but then you can see na nakikita mo yung progress mo. This today for example, you're starting with a book or you're starting with a podcast, 'di ba? This week 3 podcasts na ako and then the next week magiging 6 na siya kasi nag-start ulit ng 3. So yung mga ganun kasi creating a tracker also helps you get pumped up or motivated kasi nakikita mo yung progress mo eh.
Yeah.
But then again, sometimes medyo nagiging din siya kasi nasa sidetrack ka parang ay katamad naman ito, may tracker pa ganito, 'di ba? So doon papasok yung being intentional in learning. So kasi kung kahit ano pang gawin mo, kahit ano pang sabihin naming mga tips or mga strategies para talaga maipasok yung pag-learn mo o continuous learning in your life. Kung hindi ka intentional, kung hindi ka conscious to do that, wala din talaga. So it all starts with you pa rin.
It all starts with you. I agree. Totally agree. I mean, Miss Lyra, you mentioned about the tracker. Digital tracker ba yung sa'yo? The one that you do the tracking of all of...
Sometimes Google Sheet or tawag dito Notion. Before I started yung mga notepads or yung mga sticky notes, mga ganun.
Yeah. Well, ako naman, I mean, I'm still the traditional type. Not because I don't want to embrace technology. I totally embrace it. In fact, I use a lot of it when it comes to my work right now. So, especially ChatGPT, sobrang gamit na gamit niya. Pero sa akin lang, I mean, personally, may iba kasi traditional pa rin eh. So, very effective naman pag sinusulat nila. So, I write down everything that I want to do, for example, for the day. And then, from there, I'll review it at the end of the day. Okay, I was able to do it. I was not able to do it. Why I was not able to do it. So, it makes me also accountable for it for the reason that one, sumakit yung kamay ko kakasulat nung kailangan kong gawin for the day. And second, it also gives a fulfillment to me when I was able to see, I was able to do a lot of these things because I made that commitment to myself for today. So it's really up to you, to those watching us right now, on what will be effective despite you having a very busy schedule. So let's go on the next question. So how do you envision future of learning, no? So especially considering technological advancement and changing of workforce needs. So Miss Lyra, sige, ikaw naman.
With the help of technology, no, and change, I think I see a dynamic landscape shaped by the technological advancements and yung evolving needs din ng workforce. So I think several key trends like personalized learning paths, yung mga AI technology will enable more personalized and adaptive learning experiences. Actually, na-experience naman natin siya ngayon with the social media platforms. Yung algorithm na tinatawag is based na sa kung ano yung interest mo. And AI and machine learning algorithms, again, can analyze na an individual's learning styles or preferences. So, dahil doon, magiging tailored fit na yung mga content na ipuput out nung platform na ginagamit mo. And also, blended learning environments, mga hybrid, di ba? We have face-to-face at the same time, online learnings or interactions. And then, of course, emphasis talaga on lifelong learning. Kasi rapid technological advancements are continually reshaping yung skills natin, even how we view things, 'di ba? So it's also parang as a result, there will be an increased emphasis on lifelong learning. Individuals will need to or employers or workforce will need to acquire new skills eventually kasi nag-a-update yung mga tools, mga platforms, yung mga technology na ginagamit natin, and to stay relevant in a fast-changing job market. And of course, since we are already immersed in a digital world, as technology becomes more ingrained in education, magiging heightened or there will be a heightened focus na on digital literacy talaga and ethical considerations. Kasi digital world can also be your friend or your enemy, depends on how you use it. So kaya the ethical part should be considered then.
Okay, I see. How about you, Miss Grace?
I think they're already communicating on that one world system. Na all of us will be a citizen of this one world thing, because of technology. We're able to understand. Like for example, ngayon, we're watching Korean novelas and we're watching Spanish and we're learning new things. My kids are learning Spanish in Duolingo. So because of technology, we're becoming as one world system. It's not just personalized alone. We're there to prosper. So tayo, when we're embracing lifelong learning, it's important that we are always emerging to what the technology will offer us and to develop critical thinking skills. That's our edge when it comes to AI and machine learning, because they can think critically for us. They can't make decisions. Though they will learn according to what we feed them, but it's important for us to have that, one world citizen type of mindset, that just to be situated and like having that Filipino type of mindset, but also to open up, widen our perspective, at the same time develop critical thinking skills to be on top of AIs, to be on top of machine learning.
Okay. So, I have my next question here. No, so how important is mentorship in the journey of lifelong learning? So, how can we can say that effectively seek out or engage with mentors? So maybe let's go directly. How do you look for a mentor when it comes to continuous learning? So Miss Grace, sige, go.
For me, mentors came along because of my clients and this and that. But when I right now as an entrepreneur, I've really developed mentors along the process. It's really important. It gives you wisdom and it gives you speed in your direction, in your route. When I finished my master's in entrepreneurship, you're given mentors, and until now they're still mentoring me, and it gives you wisdom in your pathway, because whatever are wrong directions, whatever were detours in their experiences, you don't have to go through it anymore, because they will give you wisdom, what works, what doesn't work. They also have wider perspective on things. And at the same time, they also give you accountability. It's not just giving you wisdom and directions, and you have some sort of judgment, because you know that whatever it is that you're going through, you might be in the wrong or right decision because they're there. They've been through it. They've seen. And then they also give you support. Like my mentors now, I was thinking like of franchising, of doing this and that, and they would give you, I have something for your business model. So they're always thinking for your benefit. Okay? If you can find good mentors, you should keep them. There are also other mentoring that is just there for the money. It's not really like there for you. So you have to find mentors that is dreaming with you. You have to find mentors that see your vision and your heart for your people and what is it that you're doing, so they can realize your dreams. Not just in giving you directions and assistance and giving you the capacity to make it happen because of what happened to them, but also the sense of accountability. Somebody to check on you, like, where are you with this goal? Where are you with what's going on? And something to share ideas with. So they're very, very helpful.
Okay. How about you, Miss Lyra?
So for me, as what Miss Grace mentioned, having mentors plays a very important role talaga in my journey to success and lifelong learning. Personally, I have different mentors for different aspects of my life. Pwedeng business, personal, or another. Kasi businesses are different. May iba-ibang klase ng businesses. For example, yung kami ngayon, agency. So it's another, we have a coach or mentor or consultant done. And then I also have another one for e-commerce naman. So stuff like that. I love learning from them, because aside from getting a piece of their brain, I also learn from their mistakes. And I think that's what will help me, or that's what helped us talaga move faster to where we want to be. Their mistakes. Kasi hindi na natin uulitin. And good thing din, share nila kung ano yung mga mistakes na nagawa nila para pwede mong iwasan.
Yeah, well, I love this. There's this one video that I saw. She's a CEO of her own company, and when she asked, how did you became successful in your business, she said, it's because I love working with people more knowledgeable than me. So I mean, when it comes to mentors, we know that these mentors, we the reason why we get them is because they're more knowledgeable than you. So that's how I think when it comes to setting up your own mindset. When looking for a mentor, look for someone that you think you can learn something from, because you know that he's more intelligent than you. So that's one thing to gauge in getting your own mentor. And again, tama rin sinabi ni Miss Lyra and Miss Grace, no? So look for someone who believes in your vision, believes in your passion, how you're going to grow this plans of yours, because that's how you can get the best mentor that you need. So yeah, we're done with the last two questions. So we have the last two questions for today. So my next question will be, what methods that you guys use when it comes to assessing your progress or ensure that your learning is effective and impactful? So anyone can answer first. So yeah, go, Miss Lyra.
I have to go first. So to assess progress and ensure effective learning, I employ methods such as setting clear goals. That's the very first important one. Kasi nga, I've mentioned earlier, you hindi mo makukuha, you can't really get what you want if you don't know what you want. So setting clear goals, very important. And also regularly evaluating my understanding through self-assessment, or assessing also the goals that I've set. When setting goals, when I set goals, there are 3 big goals na inaano ko, and then I just put yung mga mini goals para maging milestones. Kasi when you just put big goals, you tend to overwhelm. You tend to be overwhelmed and overthink. So, and then also another thing is seeking feedback from my mentors and sometimes my partner then, and utilizing diverse learning resources. So, ang dami, di ba, na-mention kanina, you can be traditional book, or you can be in digital mga platforms, mga apps na pwede mong gamitin. And adjusting my approach based on what I've assessed or what I've learned, or based on my review kung ano yung areas that needs for improvement. So things like that.
Okay. Miss Grace.
Yes, I think I already mentioned this when we started. Na how we deal with things is we're really into output-based experiences. So we go into the problem first, into the situation, and then create goals along the process. We also adopt TQM, the Total Quality Management. So we check into ano yung quality, okay? Maybe it's an impact, maybe it's the goal, maybe it's reach. And then, create something, it may be through our service, maybe through our education, and then out of that we go ahead and adjust through the process to achieve that goal. So output based kami. So what we do is to look into what's the needed outcome, what's the needed output, what's the quality measure that we have there, and then from there create something, and then start from that. We're a big believer of the quote, start with the end goal in mind. So instead of starting and second guessing, we usually just check into what is the ideal and then work towards the ideal, and then measure, assess, adapt situations, processes, apps, technology as you go towards that goal in your realizing that goal.
Okay. Well, I when we're talking all throughout this discussion, so I've learned about the difference between the two of you when it comes to your mindset, no. So Miss Lira, it's more of the foundation type yung mindset that she has. So which is also very important when it comes to learning new things, no. So for Miss Grace naman, it's more on the fundamental side. So and combining them together will help a lot of us, no, to embrace that continuous learning will always be part of our life, no. So every day we learn from someone. So might as well, if you have that kind of mindset, you make that learning more valuable to you. So that's one thing that I can say to our attendees right now. So as we part ways with you guys, because if sa akin lang, I can make this conversation longer, but we have limited time here. So what are your parting message to our attendees, or maybe some tips as they start in their own career? So not just in continuous learning, maybe as they start their own career, maybe in the field of freelancing, or maybe virtual assistant or digital marketing. So anyone can go first?
I can go ahead. Allow me to thank you, Floyd. Thank you, Lyra. Thank you, Tasha, for doing this one. And allow me to end, being a part of the panel on, because of this discussion, that learning is freedom and flexibility. So the more you embrace continuous learning, the more you're achieving freedom and flexibility in your life. And without it, yes, you may be able to achieve the values that you want to live. However, it might be very limited when it comes to freedom, when it comes to the flexibility. But the more you're really embracing learning, and it doesn't end, okay? Even if you're 60 years old, 80 years old, we all have the capacity to learn something new. And the more you learn, the more it will really give you the footstool or the very foundation on a better life that you can achieve. So if you want that, in your life, start learning. It might be podcasts, it might be audiobooks, it might be courses, online, or, something that you can hold on. It will never fail you. We are big believers of learning, and according to Nelson Mandela, education can change a generation and can empower a nation. So without, embracing learning, without embracing continuous learning, we are actually limiting ourselves. But if we continue to embrace that, it will give us endless opportunities. So kudos to everybody. Let's keep on learning.
Okay. Miss Lyra.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
For me, I first and foremost, I want to thank you, Floy, and Miss Grace, together with me, and Tacha, for inviting me here. What I want to share to our listeners and audience is that Continuous learning gives you choices. It will also help you reach your highest potential that you will discover along the way. Because again, we are not just limited on a four corner of our office or in our room, diba? And if we want to achieve more, um, continuous learning is one way to help you get there. And while learning is earn, learning more is also a way of earning more and giving more to your friends or to your people, and be an inspiration that just because she learned that one thing, nandito na siya ngayon. So it gives hope to the people around you, that it gives them hope that the impossible will be possible.
All right. Okay. So yeah, there you go. Our panelists for today, Miss Lyra and Miss Grace. Thank you so much for joining today's panel discussion. I personally learn a lot from you too. So ako gustong gusto ko yung mga ganitong type of discussion when I get to have an opportunity to talk with founders of their respective companies or their respective businesses. I know that I get to learn something. So, nung nakita ko, founder, sabi ko kay Jamie, ako yung magmo-moderator niya. Because I love this kind of discussion. It's something that I take advantage with my job. So, pag nakikita ko na, okay, founder, sige, gusto ko yan. So, because I mean, it's that's part of for me. That's part of my continuous learning. So same with the rest of our viewers right now. Take advantage of whatever's around you when it comes to the opportunity for you to learn. There's internet. I mean, there's YouTube. There's all the podcasts, all the resources that you can get. It's readily available there. All you have to do is to take action. You need to have that kind of mindset, that kind of mentality, and of course, the accountability nga, no, so at what as what Miss Grace and Miss Lyra mentioned. So yeah, it's all about taking action. So again, thank you, Miss Lyra and Miss Grace, for joining us. So my name is Floy Wicoco. I'll bring you back to Jamie, our host for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, what a fantastic session that was. I aspire to be as successful as these ladies. Thank you so much, Miss Grace and Miss Lyra, and of course to our moderator, Sir Floy, who joined us for our discussion on continuous learning, the importance of lifelong learning and staying up to date. It's a session it's sessions like this, that remind us how learning never really stops and there's always something new to discover. We've covered so much today, from the ways we can keep learning throughout our lives to how staying updated can make a huge difference in both our personal and professional journeys. And I hope you've found inspiration and practical tips that you can apply in your own life. And what our lady bosses here said, you have to be very intentional when it comes to learning because it's already there. Remember, the path to continuous learning is always open. Whether it's picking up a new skill, diving into a fresh topic, or simply staying curious, each step you take is a step forward, and your growth is in your hand. That's one thing I really learned today. It is um it is already there. So remember, the path to continuous learning is always open. All right, guys. So as we transition into our next segment of our program, we have prepared a light entertainment break for you. So exciting raffle is up next and followed by an exciting raffle draw. So may I call on Lou to facilitate this portion? Hi, Lou.
Hello, Jamie. Hello once again, everyone, and good afternoon. I believe, or I hope rather, that everyone was already able to eat their lunch. How about you, Jamie? Did you eat your lunch now?
I haven't yet because the topic earlier was so good that I had to really listen to it the whole time. So yeah,
Wow.
how about you?
Oh yes, I did eat a little bit. No, not a little bit, but a lot because I felt super hungry. but I listened
Yeah, yeah.
to Miss Grace and Miss Lyra, of course, because
Mhm.
like Sir Floy said, their discussion was really very insightful, and also have to listen to it because I have to edit it later, so for our audiences to
Right.
have some glimpse of their topic
Yes.
later
We have
on.
so many reels to use there, Lou.
Ah, right. So
Because
thank you very
everything
much,
is
Miss
very
Grace and Miss
valuable.
Lyra, for joining us today.
Yes.
All right. So, as what Jamie said, so for this break, we will be having a raffle draw. So, the names that we will be drawing, guys, is just for your information, we will be getting it from the data that we got from the job fair application. So if you haven't registered yet, we will be posting the link on the comment box, both on Facebook and on YouTube chat box for you to check out. Okay. So let me just share my screen. Okay. Let me know in the chat if you can already see my screen. Yes. Okay. All right. So I will be drawing three winners, guys, because this is just going to be a very short break. So are you ready? Are you ready, Jamie?
I'm ready, but can you add my name there? Can
I
you add my
wish.
name there so I can win?
All right. So let us draw our first winner. Congratulations for winning 100 grab voucher. Wow, congratulations to you, Jocelyn Fortes. If you are watching right now, please send us a message on Facebook for your details. Also your Grab app number for you to redeem your voucher. All right. Now moving on to the second winner.
I love this song. Wow.
Energy guys. Okay, congratulations to you, Jacqueline Maureen Delada.
Wow. Congratulations, Miss Jacqueline.
Yes, congratulations. Now we are on to our last winner. So good luck to you. Woo, energy. The party. Congratulations to our third winner, Genevieve Berago. Yay! Congratulations to all of you guys. We will be reaching out to you just in case you are not watching live us on Facebook and YouTube. So don't you worry because you will definitely receive your 100 pesos grab voucher. Thank you so much, Jamie.
All right. Congratulations to all our winners. Thank you so much, Lou, for that, for facilitating that. And we will be having a short break for now. Please, if you need to go to the comfort room, you can go now. And if you have other questions, please let us know. You can comment it down below. And by the way, just to for everyone's information, our TA team is already contacting our applicants right now. So make sure that you are all ready when they call you during our break. So for now, let me just play you some AVPs and then we will get back to you and we will talk about more interesting topic right after.
Giselle, and I do have a team leadership role in Tachi's IT department. My duties and responsibilities are generally making sure that we're able to meet the deadlines, finish the deliverables for the day, double checking if the work has been done properly, and continuously seeking how we can improve our process. To be an employee of Tachi is an honor, a responsibility, and a challenge. It is an honor since I found Tachi as a gem amidst all the companies that I have applied back then, and this is where I have grown a lot professionally and personally. It is a responsibility because even though I'm closely working with a client, I'm still bringing the name of Tachi with me. And it is a challenge as I have to keep up the fast pace of working in an IT industry. My advice for people who find it difficult to level up of their career: learn how to be confident with yourself and especially with your skills and your talent. 5 years ago, I never imagined myself working in an IT world, but now here I am. When I applied for this job, I never had any certainty, but I still took the risk knowing that I had the skills and the qualifications that they need. And if you're already confident that you have what it takes, believe me when I say this, that your time will come, so just don't give up. Tips on things and how we can level up: rev up your resourcefulness because that's really helpful. Improve your soft skills as well, and I would suggest to focus on the core values of the company you're working with. Most companies need their employees to truly embody their core values, and if they're seeing that with you, they would have a high confidence that you'll be a good role model for your other teammates. Lastly, again, continuous improvement is really vital, so don't stop learning and everything else will follow. Thank you.
So before I was hired with Tachi, I was working in an office, and eventually when the pandemic happened, so that was very difficult for us, especially for me that I was living on my own. I was paying everything for my living expenses. So
no one was spared from feeling a wide range of emotions such as anxiety, fear, and even grief. So I made sure to allot time to reconnect with my loved ones. I also used a journal just to write down my anxieties and thoughts. And lastly, I actually landed a job here in Tachi, which was the biggest blessing at that time.
Honestly, I was able to survive the lockdown because of Tachi. Financially and also psychologically, during the lockdown, I was the only one who was able to earn money since our business closed down. And psychologically is because I kept myself busy. That busyness made me safe.
Started working here in Tachi around August 2020, so that was 3 months into the lockdown already. And during that time, it was very hard and challenging to find jobs for a normal job market. And I got lucky because Tachi gave an opportunity, gave a chance on me. Our direct manager, direct supervisor gave constant reassurance that Tachi would be giving us support and if anything happens.
I guess the thought of having a secure job, that was quite a dilemma for me, because I was thinking, oh no, what's going to happen? Are they going to fire me? Do they need to lay off people? And does that include myself? When we were recovering already from the pandemic, everything was going back to normal again. What if I look for a job that's more secure and something that will be sustainable in the long run?
I'm thankful with here in Tachi that I was able to stay, and despite the pandemic or the lockdown, it was really ironic that Tachi grew from that crisis. And just recently, I just had my 3 years here. With that, I'm very grateful.
It was very unexpected. Didn't realize that this was going to push through anyway. I was just looking through Job Street, and then I stumbled upon Tachi's job ad. It all started because of the pandemic, just really thinking of a job that's more sustainable for me. I don't want to go out. I want to be safe at home. I want to be able to go to my parents if I need to. Tachi's mission and goal to actually provide jobs. Remote work is already the biggest help that they've given. And I'm really, really happy that I was a part of that.
I had no idea what Tachi was, but I took the leap of faith in applying, and luckily I was hired, and thankfully with my supportive leader, she guided me
through all the hardships on the transition. It was just a normal day as I was actually just scrolling through Indeed and I found Tatcha's job ad there, of course. So right away I received a call from the recruiter and such. And I actually did some light search about the company and I believe their values aligned with mine and I do believe in Tatcha's growth back then already.
All right.
Really the best practice that we have here in Tacha is we
Are we
don't
good?
really hire just for the numbers. We really look for someone which is in line with the values and also the practices of our client. So far, it has been the best 3 years of my career. So I'm very grateful that I have like supportive leaders and also collaborative workmates, not only within our department but also company-wide.
Okay, guys, let me know if we're good so I can start. All right. Okay, welcome back to our session. I hope everyone is still here. Thank you guys for tuning in until now. And let's make this event more engaging and interesting with our next topic. So we're diving into a topic that's super important for anyone interested in growing their savings. Our topic is understanding the difference between mutual funds, UITFs, ETFs, and the stock market. It's a mouthful, but we'll make it easy to understand. Have you ever wondered, about the best way to invest your money? Or maybe you've heard about mutual funds, UITFs, ETFs, and the stock market, but you're not quite sure how they are different. Well, you're in the right place because today we're going to break all this down in a way that's easy to grasp. We'll look at what each of these investment options is, how they work, and what makes them unique. It is important stuff because, knowing this can help you make your smarter choices with your money. Who better to guide us through this than our expert panelist? First, we have Mr. Andoy Beltran, a seasoned expert in investment strategies. Joining him is Ms. Manette Pangatungan from First Metro Sec. These two know the ins and outs of investing, and they're here to share their knowledge with us. So, without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Andro Beltran. We're thrilled to have you both. Mr. Andro Beltran and Ms. Manette Pangatungan. We're thrilled to have you both with us today to shed light on this investment option. So let's give them a big virtual round of applause, everyone.
Again, thank you, Jamie. Thank you also, Floy, for the opportunity. And of course, congratulations to the men and women behind this whole day affair for Tashe outsourcing. It's an honor for us, for First Metro Securities to be tapped and to be asked to conduct this financial literacy centric webinar for you guys. So again, my name is Andoy. I'm representing First Metro Securities Brokerage Corporation. We happen to be the stock brokerage arm of the Metro Bank Group. And I've been with the firm since 2016. After that, because of the enhancements, because of the tweaks we've done to our product services, and even market education programs like this, we started getting recognized by both local and international award-giving bodies as early as 2017 up until the current year, 2023. What we do on a regular basis, pre-pandemic, even during the pandemic, and as we now try to, move back to normal, is we basically go from campus to campus, office to office, island to island, and a lot of times even country to country, to talk to Filipinos, young and old, both here and abroad, about anything and everything money, about budgeting, about saving, about investing. And that's I'd like to believe that's also the reason why we are here. During the pandemic, of course, we had to adjust. And that's why, again, we were able to harness and discover the power of virtual meetings, virtual webinars like this. So we took advantage of opportunities, one webinar at a time, one radio guesting, one TV guesting at a time, one YouTube tutorial, one YouTube content at a time. And on a personal level, that's also the reason why I was able to establish Let's Invest PH on Facebook, Instagram, and on YouTube, not for fame, not for fortune, but really for so as not to waste the content stored on my laptop and in my smartphone. But enough of those, enough of First Metro Sec, enough of myself. This is all about you guys. And again, the organizing committee asked me to, Andoy, let's try to talk about why don't you talk about the various investment options, the various investment opportunities out there for Filipinos, for Tashe outsourcing employees, for Cebuanos, wherever you guys may be. So with their permission and with their approval, I'm going to talk about multi-asset online investing. We're going to talk about stocks, bonds, funds. When you talk about funds, we're going to talk about mutual funds, unit investment trust funds, exchange traded funds or ETFs. We're even going to throw in real estate for us to be able to better understand the last character, which happens to be real estate investment trusts or REITs. Again, when you talk about money making here in the Philippines, the intent will always be there, but the problem is we don't know where to start. If you happen to have the same problem, if you happen to have the same issue, you don't need to be concerned because you're not alone. Because 75% of Filipinos are actually financially illiterate. They don't know where to start. They don't know how to how to tap a broker. They don't even know how to open an account. And again, those things make Filipinos financially illiterate. Another problem is that we don't know how to manage our finances. We're known to be very industrious. Ang Pilipino po, di ba, kilala tayo bilang masipag. Pero ang problema, ang Pilipinas as a country, hindi tayo kilala bilang mayamang bansa. So you see the disparity. Masipag pero hindi mayaman. And again, that's simply because sipag is not enough. When you talk about Filipinos, 80% of us not knowing how to budget, kayod lang ng kayod, trabaho lang ng trabaho, sweldo lang ng sweldo, pero hindi natin alam kung paano hawakan yung pera. So again, that's another issue that we need to solve. Another problem is that 90% of Filipinos actually don't know how to save. When you talk about Filipinos not knowing how to save, it's really a problem of the latter, no? Yung pagkakaroon ng pagiging hirap sa paghawak ng pera, sa pagbabudget. Another thing is 97% of Filipinos, or dito the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, we don't know how to invest. Or perhaps we are not being presented the legitimate opportunity to start investing. And again, that's also the reason why I'd like to believe we were tapped by the organizing committee, because we happen to provide you with all the necessary information, all the necessary tools for you to make the proper financial decision. And at the same time, our platform, First Metro Sec, we can provide you with everything there is out there for you to legitimately invest here in the Philippines. Now, anong ibig sabihin ng lahat ng ito? Ibig sabihin, itong mga problema na to, pag pinagsama-sama yan, ang effect niyan, ang epekto niyan sa atin would be life-changing. Why? Because according to the Social Security System or SSS, 97% of Filipinos actually retired poor. Why? Again, because we are financially illiterate. We don't know how to manage our finances. We can't save and we can't even invest. So, again, sabi nyo nga, Landoy, let's talk about multi-asset investing. Let's talk about the different investment outlets out there available for us to take advantage of. But let me pose this question. No? So, in the Philippines, if you're going to scan through the market, if you're going to scan through your social media timelines, you're going to see that a lot of times ang pinagkakakitaan, ang negosyo, ang kabuhayan ng karamihan ng mga Pilipino nagre-revolve dito sa dalawang general categories. No? It's either they buy a franchise, they purchase a franchise, or they do it themselves. No? The difference between the two is when you buy a franchise, you're actually you seem to pay for an already established brand. You pay for an already established business model. You pay for an already established inventory management system. Basically, nandiyan na yan. That's why when you talk about capitalization, initial capitalization, medyo mas mahal ng konti if you're going to go this direction because what you need to do is basically to operate an already existing system in a different environment, in a different location, in a unique setting. When you talk about doing it yourself, this is the more challenging of the two, but this is actually the more practical, from a capital, from an initial capital perspective. Kasi kontrolado mo yung outflow. If you'd like to open your mini coffee shop, your small sari-sari store, your small water refilling station, for example, pwedeng hindi ka mag-all out, pwedeng hindi ka gumastos todo muna. Pwedeng unti-untiin mo. Pwedeng i-open mo siya by phase, meron kang soft opening, pwedeng hindi ka muna bumili ng furniture, hindi ka muna magpa-dine-in, pwedeng mga delivery at take-out muna. Again, you are the boss. When you do it yourself, you're actually doing everything yourself. If meron sa inyo dito na may mga maliliit na negosyo, may mga online business, definitely kailangan meron kang online presence. So kung wala kang website, meron kang Facebook page, meron kang mga social media accounts. You're going to have to do it yourself pagdating sa pagpo-post, pagpipicture, pag-edit ng photos, pag-edit ng videos, pag-create ng caption. No? So when you talk about quitting your 9 to 5, in your case, may mga 6 to 6, may mga mid shift, may mga graveyard shift. If you're thinking about quitting your 8-9 hour jobs, no, just for you to open a business of your own, you need to think twice because you're not really quitting your 9 to 5 in exchange for another 9 to 5. When you do it yourself, when you run the show, when you run the business, you're actually preparing yourself to operate this 24/7 kahit na hindi ka 24/7. Because again, even after operations, meron kang magbabalanse ka ng finances. Before you open, mag-check ka ng mga messages ng mga PM. Again, inventory management. You need to deal with staff. You need to deal with people. You need to deal with clients. So again, I'm not discouraging you guys. I'm not discouraging you from going into franchising. I'm not discouraging you from going to running or opening your own business. But perhaps this recommendation of mine might make sense. No, what I'm trying to say here is if you try to combine the best features of buying a franchise and opening a business, running a business, operating a business yourself, dito papasok yung stock market investing. Because when you talk about stock market investing, you're not just a plain vanilla investor. You happen to be a shareholder. You happen to be a stockholder of publicly listed corporations. When you talk about stock market investing, all you need to have is an active stock brokerage account. And again, First Metro Sec, we happen to be here for you. At the end of the program, my colleague Monet Pangatungan will be able to provide you with everything you need to know about opening your very own First Metro Sec online trading account. And if you happen to have questions about anything and everything investing, we'll be ready to answer those questions. But again, the first order of business for you to be able to start investing, for you to be able to start calling yourselves stockbrokers or shareholders, is for you to open your very own stock brokerage account. This gives you access to all publicly listed corporations. And when I say publicly listed corporations, you're talking about close to 300 to choose from. 300 is a lot. It might be overwhelming to some of you. Gusto ko mag-invest pero alin dito sa 300 yung pwede kong pagpilian, no? So for the beginners out there, for newbies, what the Philippine Stock Exchange did is gumawa sila ng parang best of the best. Gumawa sila ng all-star cast. When you talk about stocks for you to choose from, no? So from 300, they were able to reduce this to 30. At ang tawag natin dito ay PSEI or the Philippine Stock Exchange Index or blue chip stocks or index stocks. When you talk about stock market investing, you earn from two ways. You earn from price appreciation and you also earn from dividends. Price appreciation, when you buy low, you sell high, you buy a stock 1 peso per share, it goes up to 3 pesos per share. You make money from that 2 peso per share appreciation. You talk about dividends, again, because you are not just an investor, you also happen to be a part owner, a stockholder of the company. You're eligible to receive dividends, aka profit sharing. Some companies give out dividends, especially the profitable ones, no? Because you can't give what you don't have. Once a year. Some companies give out dividends twice a year. Some companies give out dividends on a quarterly basis. So it really depends on the performance of both the market and the company itself. And another good thing for you to note of would be the initial capitalization. Again, we talk about franchising, it goes from 50 to 300 to 30 to 50 million pesos just for you to be able to buy a franchise. When you talk about doing it yourself, when you talk about building your own business, again, 50, 10, 100,000 pesos. But when you talk about stock market investing, you can actually call yourselves, you can actually start investing, you can actually co-own the most successful publicly listed corporations in the Philippines for as little as 5,000 pesos. So isa yan sa mga pinaka magandang balita, no, na ibabahagi namin sa inyo. Because a lot of times, again, because of lack of financial literacy, a lot of times people think that when you talk about investing, stock market investing, andoy, para sa mayayaman lang yan, para lang yan sa mga nakakaintindi ng charts, ng mga graph, para lang yan sa mga nakakaintindi ng Bloomberg language, so to say, no? And most importantly, para lang yan sa mga mayayaman. But again, gone are the days when the rich are the only ones getting richer. Because right now, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the Philippine Stock Exchange, even the Securities Exchange Commission, they're working hand in hand to make it convenient, to make it accessible, and most importantly, to make it affordable for Filipinos to invest. Again, for as little as 5,000 pesos, you guys may start investing in stocks. When you talk about stock market investing, isa to sa mga pinakamagandang pwede nating pag-usapan, no? You might be familiar with the Champ and Joy Super Meal. It retails for 264 pesos. The entire meal, free upsize ng soda. You have your Champ burger. You have your one-piece chicken with rice. No, it retails for 264 pesos. So let's leave it there. A good number of you guys might not know that for as little as 210 pesos, 210 and 60 centavos, you can actually buy one share of the company giving us Champ and Joy Super Meal. But that's not it. For 210, you're not just buying Jollibee. If you're going to observe, no, ano yung nakalagay dito, you're actually buying Jollibee Foods Corporation. So when you buy Jollibee Foods Corporation, you actually get to co-own not just Jollibee, but also Greenwich, Chowking, Mang Inasal, Red Ribbon, Burger King, Tim Hoan, Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf, Panda Express, their newest baby, and several other names stocked under the Jollibee Foods Corporation group. And again, for as little as 210 pesos per share. For the titos and titas of Cebu, titos and titas of Manila who are into San Miguel beer pale pilsen, a bottle of grande will cost you 110 pesos. But again, a lot of you guys don't know that for half the price, 50 pesos, 80 centavos, you guys can actually buy a share of San Miguel Food and beverage. And again, similar to Jollibee, hindi lang San Miguel yung nabibili natin with San Miguel food and beverage. From the term itself, it's food and beverage. Ito yung dating Pure Foods na na stock na when the San Miguel Group purchased Pure Foods, dito nila inilagay, dito nila tinransfer lahat ng literal na food and beverage business nila. So, for 50 pesos and 80 centavos per share, that's as of November 7 price, you can actually co-own not just San Miguel, but also Pure Foods, the likes of Magnolia, Monterey, and Star. So, hindi ka lang kumikita from people who happen to be, who happen to love San Miguel beer, but also the titos and titas, the moms and dads who like to, make sure that their kids have enough food at home and for school. Pure Foods, Magnolia, Monterey, and Star. So 110, one bottle of San Miguel Beer Grande, 50 pesos, one share of San Miguel food and beverage. Another example I'd like to share with you, Piato Supersized Party Pack, 70 pesos per pack, per 85 grams. But itong supersized party pack, it comes in two. So again, 140 pesos. Not knowing that you can actually buy yourselves one share of Universal Robina Corporation, the company manufacturing Jack and Jill chips, for as little as 112 pesos and 40 centavos. Punta rin tayo dito. Ito, nagsalba sa akin nung college eh. Lucky Me Pancit Canton, but I can perfectly remember it wasn't as expensive, let's say expensive, as it is right now. Parang dati I can buy Lucky Me Pancit Canton for about 8, 9, 10 pesos per sachet, but right now it's retailing for 14, not knowing that you can actually buy the company owning Lucky Me, which is Monde Nissan Corporation, for less than 8 pesos per share. So again, isa lang to sa mga importanteng bagay na gusto naming ibahagi, gusto naming i-share sa inyo as part of this financial literacy program, no? Because these are things na sa palagay natin alam na natin pero hindi pa pala absolutely, no? So again, these are also the things that investing can make possible, no? Hindi ka lang consumer, hindi lang tayo basta-basta nagko-consume ng Jollibee, hindi lang kayo basta-basta nagko-consume ng San Miguel, Universal Robina, and Monde Nissan products. You also make money every time other people buy or consume them. So that's one of the more important things to note pagdating dito sa stock market investing. We talk about stock market investing again. You can make money when you buy low and then you sell high. This is basically the price trend of Jollibee over the previous 18 years. 26 back in 2006 went up to as high as 328. It went down to about 90, 94 pesos during the height of the pandemic. And again, right now it's slowly recovering at 210. Another thing to note to note about would be dividends, no? So hindi ka lang kumikita. You're talking about the same stock, you're talking about the same company, but it gives you two potential streams of income. So you can make money from price appreciation, pinakita natin kanina yung price trend, and you can also make money from dividends because you are a co-owner of Jollibee. So 2020, for example, during the height of the pandemic, Jollibee was able to distribute a total of 1 peso 30 centavos to its shareholders. So ano ibig sabihin niya, Nandoy? Do I get piso and change simply because of Jollibee? But that's piso and change multiplied by the number of shares that you own. So for example, you were able to accumulate, let's say, 100,000 plus shares of Jollibee over the years, simply by buying it, one payday at a time, one small amount at a time, one small chunk at a time. That's 1 peso 30 centavos multiplied by 100,000 shares, 131,000 pesos, Jollibee alone, dividends alone, during the height of the pandemic. Another example would be Meralco. Ito yung power distribution company dito sa Greater Metro Manila area, no? You talk about capital appreciation, 2005 it was doing 12. It went up to as high as close to 400 during the height of the pandemic, down to 189, and right now it's doing 364. When you talk about dividends, let's talk about Meralco back in 2020 during the height of the pandemic, 1509. So let's say same assumption tayo with Jollibee, 100,000 shares multiplied by 15 and change. That's about 1.5 million pesos dividends alone, Meralco alone, that year alone during the height of the pandemic. So again, you won't be able to get that much shares if you don't have enough money to buy a lot of shares, no. But the most important thing there is you don't need to buy everything all at once. You don't need to buy a huge sum of Meralco, a huge sum of Jollibee shares all at once. You can actually do it one chunk at a time, one small amount at a time, one payday at a time. And again, that's the beauty of understanding and appreciating the various options you have, no, when you talk about stock market investing. Meron din tayong isang investment option which revolves around utang. Kanina, stocks, pinag-usapan natin, this talks about ownership. This talks about co-ownership. You can make money by co-owning the best companies in the Philippines. Ito naman, we make money sa pagpapautang. Pinapautang natin ang Philippine National Government, pinapautang natin yung mga expanding companies. Kapag pinautang natin yung gobyerno, that's a government bond. Kapag nagpautang tayo sa mga expanding corporations, that's what we call corporate bonds, no? So the good thing about this is pag nagpautang tayo dito sa government or sa government bonds or through the corporate bonds, malaki yung chance na hindi tayo tatakbuhan. Malaki yung chance na babayaran nila tayo because that's their legal and business obligation, no? Kinakailangan nilang mangutang kasi kontrolado nila yung thank you also, Floy, for actually when you talk about stock market investing, all you need to have is an active stock brokerage account. And again, First Metro Sec we have will be gumawa sila ng buy low, sell 1,000 pesos. So, para lang yung size ng deal. one bought wasn't 15 years. The stream went up all at once. You don't need to buy a pet option, which revolves around utang. Kanina, stocks, pinag-usapan natin, this talks about ownership. This talks about co-ownership. You can make money by co-owning the best companies in the bid. Wala yung chance na hindi tayo tatakbuhan. Malaki yung chance na babayaran nila tayo because that's their legal and then business obligation. Kinakailangan nilang mangutang kasi kontrolado nila yung
All right. So I think we have technical difficulties again, but we will go back to the talk in a bit. But again, how are you guys? Again, thank you guys so much for joining in our
continue advisor.
Option, which revolves around utang. Kanina, stocks, pinag-usapan natin, this talks about ownership. This talks about co-ownership. You can make money by co-owning the best companies in the Philippines. Ito naman, we make money sa pagpapautang. Pinapautang natin ang Philippine National Government, pinapautang natin yung mga expanding companies. Kapag pinautang natin yung gobyerno, that's a government bond. Kapag nagpautang tayo sa mga expanding corporations, that's what we call corporate bonds. No? So the good thing about this is pag nagpautang tayo dito sa government or sa government bonds or through the corporate bonds, malaki yung chance na hindi tayo tatakbuhan. Malaki yung chance na babayaran nila tayo because that's their legal and business obligation. No? Kinakailangan nilang mangutang kasi kontrolado nila yung expenses, kontrolado nila yung flow, sila yung magdidictate kung magkano ang interest na babayaran nila pabalik compared to being at the mercy of banks. No? Kasi baka iniisip nyo, ba't sa atin pa mangutang? Hindi na lang mangutang sa bangko. So that's the rationale behind that. And again, the good thing about this is binabayaran nila tayo ng pakonti-konti. Binabayaran nila tayo every 3 months, every 6 months. And then at the end of the term of the loan, the principal, the entire amount that we lent them during day 1, binibigay sa atin ng buong buo. So basically, we make money from the regular interest payments or tawag natin doon coupon payments. We talk about bonds. No? Another thing about bonds is it gives us a predictable income stream. That's why ang isa sa mga tawag sa bonds dito sa market, sa industriya, is fixed income instruments because even before you start investing, alam mo na agad kung magkano yung kikitain mo. Fixed income security. No? It preserves your capital, especially if you hold on to the bond until it matures. So that's the ideal setup if you are investing in bonds. And you also earn from 2 ways. Kanina sa stocks, you earn from price appreciation, capital appreciation, and dividends. This time around, you can earn from price appreciation and coupon payments or irregular interest payments. It helps offset stock market volatility. That's why this is the perfect combination. No? When you talk about diversifying your portfolio, if meron ka ng existing stocks, magandang combination na meron kang bonds. Kung meron ka ng existing bonds, magandang combination yung magdagdag ka ng stocks. And similar to stocks, affordable din to. In fact, mas affordable nga ang bonds because from time to time, our partners from the Bureau of the Treasury, naglalabas sila ng premium bonds na pwede kang mag-invest for as little as 500 pesos. But by default, meron silang mga treasury bonds, even dollar bonds, na pwede kang mag-invest for as little as 5,000 or its dollar equivalent. All right? So, what else? We're now down with stocks. Napag-usapan na rin natin yung bonds. Pero parang kanina, no? If you'd recall, we arrived at stock market investing because pinag-combine natin yung best features ng franchising and running a business yourself. If we're going to combine naman the best features of stock market investing, excuse me, and bond market investing, we actually get a hybrid. We actually get a Frankenstein of an investment instrument. Pero hindi to nag-iisa. Meron tong dalawang general category. No? You're talking about funds, pooled funds in particular. When you talk about pooled funds here in the Philippines, meron tayong dalawang klase. You have mutual funds or investment companies na nagbibigay ng nagbebenta ng shares nila sa publiko. Again, parang much like stocks. At meron tayong unit investment trust funds or trust bank products na nagbebenta ng units ng produkto na yon sa publiko. But all in all, they're pretty much the same banana. Iba lang ang regulator nila. Mutual funds, dahil investment company sila, it's regulated by the Securities Exchange Commission. Unit investment trust funds, because it's a bank product, it's regulated by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. So ganun din, no? nagbebenta ang mutual funds ng shares of the company, nagbebenta ang UITF ng units of the particular product. Let's try to break it down one feature at a time. Kagaya ng ginawa natin sa stocks, kagaya ng ginawa natin sa bonds, no? With the UITFs and mutual funds, you can easily research on the legitimacy of both the fund, and the person, the investment solicitor, encouraging you to invest in that particular fund, no? Lahat ng pangalan ng funds at lahat ng pangalan ng mga registered investment solicitors nakalimbag or nakapublish sa website ng SEC at SEC through www.sec.gov.ph at ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas through bsp.gov.ph. So it's very easy for you to research even before you make that decision kasi it's just a few clicks of a button. Makikita mo na, oh, ito pala yung product na binibenta sa akin. Check. But how about the legitimacy of the person selling that product? So yun yung next step mo, no? They have to be there both. Another thing is itong mutual funds and UITFs, they provide us with instant diversification. Kapag bumili ka ng isang fund, isang UITF, isang mutual fund, ang laman nun, easily 10, 15, 20, 25, up to about 40 different investment instruments simply by buying one fund. So mas madali nang kumita from different sources without having to spend that much money and without having to spend that much time. It gives us access to high-income outlets na ordinarily on an individual level hindi natin afford. It also gives us liquidity. Madaling ibenta, madaling bumili. Mutual fund earnings are exempt from capital gains tax, which again, especially dito sa Pilipinas, no, kapag hindi nabubuwisan ang kita mo sa isang activity, sa isang investment instrument, it's actually investor friendly because you get to make more money. It gives you access to expert fund management kasi ito ang selling point ng funds. Ito ang selling point ng mutual funds and UITFs because kung busy ka at hindi mo kabisado ang stock market investing, hindi mo kabisado ang bond investing, wala ka masyadong oras or hindi ka confident sa skill set mo, what you need to do is, again, you guys know it better. Tashe, outsourcing. You guys are in the business of outsourcing. You make it easy for other people to operate their businesses. When you talk about expert fund management, kung sa palagay mo hindi ka expert, kung sa palagay mo wala kang oras, kung sa palagay mo hindi ka magaling dito sa isang aspeto ng negosyo na to, i-outsource mo. And you are practically outsourcing the decision making, you are practically outsourcing the investment decision making to expert fund managers who are doing it day in, day out. So it gives you confidence na kahit nakabakasyon ka, even though you're not feeling well, even if you're outside the country, even if you're busy during the bond trading hours, during the stock trading hours, that's okay because there's somebody out there you tap the services of doing the decisions for you. So sila magde-decide ano ba yung mga bonds, ano ba yung mga stocks na pwede kong bilhin for Andoy, ano ba yung mga bonds, ano ba yung mga stocks na pwede kong ibenta ngayon for me to, improve the performance of the portfolio. Everything you outsource to them, no? And again, for as little as 5,000 pesos, you can start investing in UITFs and mutual funds here in the Philippines. Napag-usapan na natin ang funds. Napag-usapan na natin ang importansya at ang benefits at ang advantages of fund investing. With First Metro Sec, sabi nga natin kanina, hindi lang kami stock brokerage firm. We happen to be an investment supermarket. So aside from stocks, aside from bonds, you can also
All right. Can somebody hear me now? Okay, that was such an interesting talk. A big thank you to Mr. Andrew Beltran for explaining all about mutual funds, UITFs, ETFs, and the stock market. I hope you all found that as helpful as I did. It's great to learn new things, especially about something as important as handling your money wisely. I know many of our viewers are now keen to learn more about this investment opportunities. We understand you might have questions, so we've invited a specialist from First Metro Sec to assist. Let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Monette Pangatungan. We encourage you to type any questions you have in the chat. So to kick things off, hello, Miss Monette.
Hi, Miss Jamie. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, ma'am.
Okay, great.
Awesome.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm so sorry. So to kick things off, here's the first question for you, ma'am. Everyone says diversify your portfolio. So in plain speaking, why is that important and how do these options help with that?
Okay, so it is very important to diversify portfolio. So Sir Andoy has presented a lot of different kind of assets. So for example, if you invest your 1,000 pesos, it will be divided into the different asset or invested in different assets. It can be in the money market instrument, in the bonds, or in the stocks or balance fund. And the reason behind those diversification or allotment on different assets is that by the time the market is down for the money market instrument, the bonds and the stocks are not affected. So overall, your investment portfolio will not be affected by the downturn in the money market. So as well as if the case is there is a downturn in the bonds or stocks, so your investment will not be greatly affected by the downturn in any of the marketed bonds, stocks, and money market securities. So that is the advantage of diversifying your investment.
Right. And ma'am, for a newbie like me or for those who are watching us today, what's the easiest way to keep an eye on how for example, on how my investments in mutual funds, UITFs, and ETFs are doing?
Okay, so in First Metro Sec, our platform, you can easily access the performance of UITF or mutual fund just by accessing your First Metro Sec account. So all of the fund performance of different funds, whether UITF or mutual fund from different fund partners, every day it is updated just by signing into your First Metro Sec account.
And ma'am, the market seems like a roller coaster. It has some ups and downs. And do you have like any tips for beginners on how to deal with ups and downs in this investment types?
Okay, so there is a strategy, we call it peso cost averaging. So there is consistency in the investment, whether the market is up, whether the market is down. You just need to be consistent in investing once or twice a month. And we have it with First Metro Sec. We call it a voluntary investment program. So once you have chosen the perfect UITF, mutual fund, or ETF for you, you don't need to monitor or place it manually because it will be automatically invested once you enroll. Let's say VIP, we call it VIP, voluntary investment program, for as low as 1,500 pesos once or twice a month. And the beauty of the peso cost averaging, let me just share. For example, 2 years ago, I have invested in a pooled fund. The unit share or the share on that day was 100 pesos. But then I still continuously invested day in, day out, every month, whether the market is high, the market is down. Eventually, the cost of the unit or the cost of the share of that fund will also go down. So you can take advantage of the low market value or the high market values. I hope it is clear and it makes sense.
Yes, very clear, ma'am. But I know that, some Filipinos right now are kind of intimidated when it comes to learning stock market because of the the wordings that you guys are using. So if those for those people who want to learn more about it, like where's a good place to start learning more about all this stuff? Any go-to resources or guides?
So first of all, if you're a First MetroSec account holder, the platform itself, you can access self-paced learning, stock trading, technical analysis, fundamental analysis in checking what type of funds or investments suitable for you. Second, if you also want to join live sessions, we do have webinars every month. You just check that on our Facebook, our social, Instagram, so in our WhatsApp. So you get updated of our monthly schedule of activities. And at the same time, we also have this when we get invited by company, private or public organizations, we conduct it either webinar or on-site. Just email us at marketeducation@firstmetrosec.com.ph.
Right. And ma'am, I'm actually very curious. Like, what are some common mistakes beginners should avoid when investing in this financial instrument?
Okay, so control your emotions. So if you think that the market is going up and you really want, you fear that you miss out that the opportunity of the market to go up, and then you still don't have that knowledge, enough knowledge to know when to invest, like the timing in investing, just remember the peso cost averaging. The consistency, you do it 1 month by month, and whether the market is up, the market is down, peso cost averaging does the work.
Right. And ma'am, the news always talks about economy. How should I interpret this info in relation to my newbie investment portfolio?
Okay, so if you're not yet familiar with the implications of economy to investment, you can check our recordings in our official YouTube channel. But just right now, currently, the environment of our market is actually high interest rate. So with high interest rate, there is a higher yield in bonds. And if there is higher yield in bonds, people are attractive to bond investment. So people are shy away from stock market because stock market goes up, goes down. Unlike with bonds, as previously explained by Sir Andoy, it has a fixed interest recoupment rate. So you know that you can receive quarterly, semi-annually, or annually. So as of the current market condition, you may look into bonds market that provides high interest.
Right. Now, Ms. Manat, I'm really curious about the next question. Like, how often should an investor be reviewing his or her investment? Is there such a thing as too much or not enough?
There is really no standard that, like, say, absolute frequency in reviewing your portfolio. But you may do quarterly or semi-annually, or if there is really a change in your purpose in life, if there is a change in your goals, then that's really the time that you have to check your portfolio, reassess if, I am looking into investing for the purpose of buying a house in next 10 years, 5 years. But then my current portfolio is invested in the money market securities. So there is a mismatch. So either quarterly, or if there is really a change in your goals or purpose in investing.
Right. And ma'am, I know that some of our viewers right now are very interested now to go into, trying this kind of investment platforms. What should their first steps be when they're ready now to start investing in mutual funds, UIETFs, ETFs, or stocks?
Okay, so given that you already know about the different type of investment, you can just go directly to First MetroSec website or download First MetroSec Go app so that you can open a First MetroSec account. You just need to prepare a tax identification number, proof of residence, proof of bank account, and then 1,000 pesos initial deposit. So there is no maintaining balance. Once it is funded to your First MetroSec account, you can use it. You can use it directly in investing in different things.
I know there are so many offers that the other, the other company can offer to the people right now. But what is the unique features that First Metrosec has for those people who are a newbie or don't have time to check their portfolio?
Okay, so we have this product we call FundSmart. It's very perfect for the UITF, ETF, and the mutual fund that has been presented earlier by Sir Ando. So we are not only offering one fund partner, let's say, only Metro Bank, First Metro Asset, mutual funds. We cater Sun Life, Manulife. We offer Atram, Feliquity. So all of those known fund managers or UITF providers, you can check on our website. And personally, what I really like with our platform is that you can sort which is the best performing funds, whether mutual fund, UITF in the past 5 years, 3 years, 1 year, or even year to date. And then filter it whether it's under money market, bonds, balance, or equity. So you can check on that rather than it's you checking on the different fund performance. First, like manually, you go to company A, company B, company C, and then sort which is the best performer. Like in our platform, you can do it with just a click away. One First Metrosec account.
Right. Ma'am, thank you so much for your time. I know we are taking too much of your time already, but this will be my last question for you. Can you tell us more about how we open an account at First Metrosec? What website we can go to, what Facebook page, or anything that they need to know in able for them to contact you right away?
Okay, so you may just go to firstmetrosec.com.ph and click the tab Open an Account, or just search in the Play Store or Apple Store, First Metrosec Go application, because you can open an account with us via website, via mobile application. And then just prepare your government-issued ID, tax identification number, proof of residence, proof of bank account, and the initial deposit, which you can fund online via bills payment or via e-wallets or even bank transfer. So you don't really need to go to the office to open an account and to fund your First Metrosec account. So after you have uploaded those documents within 2 to 3 banking days, you may now invest your deposit or do additional funding so that you can start investing in funds.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Monat, for that insight. Imagine if you start investing on the stock market, you're not just paying for your lunch in Jollibee, but actually paying for that share. So I hope you all found that as helpful as I did. It's so great to learn new things, especially about something as important as handling your money wisely. So thank you so much, Ms. Monat, for your insights. And I know that this will help our viewers to know more about the stock market and other investment there is available.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jamie.
Thank you. All right. Now, for our last topic, we're going to explore a powerful and transformative topic: the power of gratitude. It's about discovering how being thankful can change our lives for the better. Gratitude isn't just about, saying thank you. It's a mindset and a way of seeing the world that can bring more joy, peace, and fulfillment into our lives. This session is all about uncovering how gratitude can unlock doors to a happier and more content life. So to kick off our session, we have something special. But before I introduce our speaker, let us play this video to get to know more about her. And all right, so please, let's watch this clip.
We face significant challenges in today's business landscape. The great resignation, quiet quitting, and low employee engagement. What if there's a powerful way to unleash the untapped potential of your company? From the host and founder of world-class summits like the HR Summit Global, Global Authors Summit, and the World Gratitude Summit, an online learning event with 15,000 plus participants from 49 countries, Shot Nasino is on a mission to inspire fearless possibilities and cultivate a culture where everyone feels safe, seen, and appreciated. She is recognized as the Female Entrepreneur of the Year by the United Nations Global Entrepreneur Council, named one of the top 100 most influential Filipino women on LinkedIn, and is currently an adjunct faculty and program director at the prestigious Asian Institute of Management. An author of 15 books, TEDx speaker, host of the Fearless Possibilities podcast, and creator of signature programs like the 90-Day Book Writing Challenge, The Power of Being Seen, and Lead with Care. She has over a decade of experience inspiring fearless possibilities in individuals, global brands, and organizations worldwide in areas such as employee engagement, well-being, creativity, and productivity. She has traveled and spoken in countries like the Philippines, Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, India, UAE, France, the Maldives, and the US. Sha's research with HR professionals and corporate leaders across 32 countries fuels her captivating and transformative talks that transcend boundaries. Her engaging style captivates diverse audiences, including Gen Z, millennials, baby boomers, financial advisors, sales professionals, HR professionals, employees, middle managers, and C-suite leaders. Sha has collaborated with and interviewed renowned thought leaders like Jack Canfield, Andrew Matthews, Hal Elrod, Ron Kaufman, Stephen M.R. Covey, and Dr. Ivan Meisner. Sha is a creative powerhouse who not only shines as a speaker, but also as an artist, performer, and director of over 30 world-class music videos. Life is truly filled with boundless possibilities. Let's give a warm round of applause to our speaker, the Possibility Igniter, Sha Nasino.
All right. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Wherever
There
you're
you go. Oh, are we here now? Sorry. Awesome. All right. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce our speaker, Miss Sha. Thank you so much for joining in our event today. So please have the stage to discuss your topic. Oh, I'm not sure if Miss Sha's here. I think frozen ang kanyang, yeah, na-freeze siya. So while waiting for Miss Sha, for Miss Sha, I'm actually really excited for this. Miss Sha is a renowned figure in the world of personal development, particularly known for her insights on gratitude. So her experiences and teachings on the power of being thankful are both inspiring and informative. So we will wait for her
I'm
for
here.
our. Oh, there you go. I can't see a thing. Oh, there you go. Hi, Miss Sha. So yes, please. We're honored to have you with us and eager to learn about the incredible power of gratitude. So please take the stage.
All right. Thank you, Jamie. And again, good afternoon to everyone who's here. Thank you for being here. And I really want to feel you. This is a virtual event. We are connected via online. So if you can say hi in the comment section and let us know where you're tuning in from, or if you can also share with us what made you smile today. So what made you smile today? So please type it in the chat box. And the team here, Jamie and the team backstage, will help me see your comments here in the platform that we're using backstage. So for me, what authors, consultants, and trainers. So that made me really smile today. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about the power of gratitude. This is one topic that I'm really passionate about. I've studied gratitude. I put up the World Gratitude Summit, and I've been doing the gratitude journal for 11 years. every single day for 11 years. So I'm really grateful that I'm going to share with you this powerful topic called the power of gratitude. I also have a gift for you. I wrote an ebook. It's called How to Make Your Dreams Come True. And I'll share with you the link where you can download it after my talk. Okay, so I'm sure you know this person, Oprah Winfrey. She has done over 37,000 interviews, the likes of Barack Obama, Michael Jackson, Beyonce, etc. And at the end of her interviews, they would always ask her questions that all boiled down to, how was that? Was that okay? How did I do? In other words, everyone wants to be affirmed and appreciated. No matter what your economic status is, no matter what your background is, we all have this basic need. We want to be seen and we want to be appreciated. And one of the best ways for us to make someone feel safe, seen, and appreciated is to show gratitude. So there, show gratitude. I did a lot of talks to companies for the past 10 years, 10, 11 years. And I would always do interviews with the decision makers, with the HR professionals. And I would ask them, what are the most pressing problems in the workplace these days? And these were some of the top 3 problems they are experiencing: loneliness, low engagement, and low productivity. So those are the pressing problems that they experience. And I'm sharing with you the power of gratitude because gratitude can help address these top problems. All right. So there's a science behind gratitude, a science about how powerful gratitude is. Let me mention with you 3 reasons why gratitude is so important in our personal life and also in the workplace. Number 1, gratitude makes you physically healthy. And we all know this. When you're not feeling well, of course, it affects your productivity. It affects how you do your work. It affects whether you would go, if you would absent yourself from work or not. So it really affects the bottom line of the company. So how does gratitude makes you physically healthy? According to Dr. Robert Emmons, the world's leading scientific expert on gratitude, gratitude journals and other gratitude practices may seem basic and simple, but according to one of their studies, they saw an effect in the health of the people they studied in just 3 weeks. So when you do gratitude journaling, it can really affect your health. It improves your heart, it improves your sleep, etc. So I just want to make a quick survey in the comment section. Who among you are doing the gratitude journal? So let me please type your comments in the chat box. Who among you do the gratitude journal? Just say me. And then if you're doing the gratitude journal, how many times a week do you do it? So 3 times a week, 5 times a week, etc. So just I just want to hear from you and hear your pulse as well. So this is the reason why I created this journal. It's a gratitude journal. And I also did a vlog about it, about the 5 amazing benefits of keeping a gratitude journal. So I shared this from the perspective of someone who's been journaling daily for the past 11 years. All right. Reason number 2 why gratitude is important is that it makes you happy. And who doesn't want to be happy, right? We all want to be happy. So according to a study by UCLA's Mindfulness Awareness Research Center, having an attitude of gratitude changes the molecular structure of the brain. So something happens in the molecular structure of our brains and it makes us healthier and happier. So when you feel happiness, the central nervous system is affected. You are more peaceful, you are less reactive and less resistant. So what does this mean? When you are less reactive and less resistant, therefore you can think better and you can function better. So you can make more sound decisions, right? Have you ever noticed that sometimes when you lack sleep or when you're encountering problems, it's easy for you to not be fully present. And sometimes you make decisions that you regret later on. So one of the ways to combat this is by being grateful. Because when you're grateful, something happens to our biochemistry, something happens to the molecular structure of our brains. So there's another study about the cost of loneliness to UK employers. And they found out that loneliness leads to poor health outcomes, which means higher incidences of sicknesses or absences or caregiver absences. It also reduces employee well-being, reduces productivity, and it increases attrition. Okay, so when people are not happy with their jobs, they tend to job hop. They tend to resign right away, quit right away. And what that does to the company is that the attrition rates go high. And so the recruitment department of your company would need to hire new talents again. And then they would need to find ways to keep the talents engaged, to retain the talents. So again, loneliness is a global pandemic. And if companies would like to address loneliness without spending a lot of money, one way to do this is to build a very strong culture of gratitude within the company. Okay, so when you are happy and healthy, you are more engaged, and this leads to higher productivity. And of course, it is very important to take care of the well-being of your team members and really care for them, because team members would really feel that they are being cared for versus the management just cares about their output. So it goes both ways. So when team members feel cared for, they also care about the company, and then the cycle goes on. All right. So again, when you are happy and healthy, you are more engaged, and this leads to higher productivity. All right. So number 3 benefit of gratitude is that it builds meaningful relationships. And relationships are very important. Relationships are very important. Sometimes, even if the company would give the best benefits, the best salary, if you don't get along well with your leaders and team members, that will influence your decision to leave the company. Because nowadays, money is not just the motivator. Money is not just the sole motivator. A lot of people are concerned about their mental health, about their happiness. So relationships, if you have happy relationships with your team members, with your colleagues, it will inspire you to keep working in that company. All right. So before I continue, let me just check in concerns. Please feel free to type chat box at team the scenes. Help me read your comments. So gratitude builds meaningful relationships. Let me share with you a personal story. In August 2014, I traveled to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia to attend the Toastmasters International Convention. And the keynote speaker was Robin Seeger. So there were 3,000 public speakers from, I think, 126 countries globally at that time. And when Robin Seeger spoke, he said something that caught my attention. And I told myself, I want Robin to be my mentor. Now imagine there were 3,000 speakers, right? How can he notice me? So when his talk was done, there was a long line of people wanting to get his autograph. I also lined up. I bought his book. And then I gave him a copy of my book, Money and Me. So it's like we exchanged books. The only difference was that I paid for his book and he got mine for free. But that's okay. So anyway, Robin Seeger. So when it was my turn to have his book autographed by him, I expressed my appreciation to Robin Seeger. I expressed my gratitude for the talk that he delivered. And then I gave him a copy of my book, right? So I thought that was it. A few weeks later, I received an email from no less than Robin Seeger. And he said, Sha, I read your book. I wish I've read it much sooner. If you have any seminars in the Philippines, please let me know. I'm willing to speak in your seminar pro bono as long as we donate the proceeds to charity. And so Robin Seeger is a well-known speaker globally. So think of the highest paid motivational speaker in the Philippines right now. That's the level of Robin Seeger, but in the global stage. And he volunteered to speak at my event just because we developed trust. And that initial interaction was brought about when I approached him and thanked him for his talk. So relationships can be built by a simple gesture as gratitude. So anyway, Robin Seeger came over to the Philippines and we did a seminar together. So that was one of my stories. Another quick story. In 2018, I attended a global convention for speakers in Singapore, and I met a lot of these global speakers. And after their talks, I would approach each of them and I would say, "Hi, this is Sean from the Philippines. I really loved it when you said this." So I would share very specifically what I liked about their talk and then quick selfie, and then that's it. So I always make sure that I don't monopolize the time of the speakers. So I would speak to them for 30 seconds, 45 seconds max, so that if other people would like to talk to them, speak to them, they can give time to these people. And when the idea of putting up the HR Summit Global came to mind, I approached these speakers, these global speakers. I shared with them my vision that I want to put up a free HR summit for HR professionals to give back to the community. And all of them said yes. So this was the HR Summit Global, participated by 10,000 participants from 32 countries. We also did the World Gratitude Summit. So this is why I'm so passionate about gratitude. For 3 days, all we talked about was gratitude. I interviewed these people, these experts, and we just talked about gratitude. So one of them was Jack Canfield. He is the best-selling author of the book Chicken Soup for the Soul. His book have sold, I think, over 500 million copies globally. So again, it all started because of the simple gesture of gratitude. So think about in your own company or organization right now, how can you show more gratitude to your team members? How can you show more gratitude to your leaders? There. So I'm going to share with you 3 practical ways on how to be more grateful in the workplace. So now that we've established how important gratitude is, I won't leave you hanging. So I'm going to share with you 3 ways to cultivate the culture of gratitude in your company. Okay, number 1 is to do the gratitude walk. So what this does is, this will not only help your mental health, but your physical health as well. So I know that in companies, you usually have your morning break or lunch break or afternoon break. So during your break, what you can do is you can time yourself using your cell phone timer. Maybe set the time for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And all you do is walk. All you do is walk for the next 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So you get to exercise your body. And the purpose of gratitude walk is to think about everything you're grateful for and really be grateful for these things. So you can do this as a game. So for example, you can do some on a Monday, you can say something like, who are the people right now in my company that I am grateful for and why? And maybe you can think of 10 people. So that's like 1 minute per person. Okay, number 1 is my boss. Da 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 da. Because da 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 da. Number 2, my team, my colleague. And then the name of your colleague. And here's the reason why I'm grateful for this colleague. And then Tuesday, you can do another thing like, okay, what am I grateful for about the weather in the Philippines? About the weather right now. So you can say something like, oh, the sky is blue. It's not gloomy. I can be thankful for that. Or you can say something like, it's not raining today. I didn't bring an umbrella, so this is good for me. Something like that. Or it's not too cold. I don't need to wear a jacket. Right? So there, you can make it a game. Invent what are the things you want to be grateful for. On another day, if you want, you can be grateful for parts of your body. Maybe your hair, your teeth, etc., etc. So make it a fun game. So you can do this every day. It doesn't take much. If all you have is 2 minutes, then by all means do 2 minutes. If what you have is 5 minutes, then do that. And it will really, really help you breathe gratitude, live gratitude. Okay, the other thing that I'd like to share is to express appreciation to the invisibles. Now, who are these invisibles? They are the restroom cleaners, the guards. If you go to your office, so I'm not sure if all of you are working full-time, are working from home full-time, or maybe you go to the office, or maybe the setup is hybrid. A lot of times, the guards are invisibles, right? The guard would say, good morning, ma'am, good morning, sir. And a lot of times, you don't even look at the guards and say, good morning, Paul, good morning too, or good morning, ma'am, good morning, sir. A lot of times, you just pass by these guards. And I observe this every time I would go to the mall. It's like the guards are invisible. And think about it. If the guards are not present, how safe do we feel? right? So the guards are there to make us feel safe in our building, to make us feel physically safe. And they're working 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Are we giving them the appreciation that they deserve? So there, who else are the invisibles in your company? It could be the cleaner of the restroom, right? It could be if you have a helper at home, it could be your helper, or it could be your spouse or your parents who cook food. And because it's so normal, we take it for granted. So who are the invisibles that you need to thank? All right. And the last thing, very practical, that I'd like to share with you, which you can do during your team meetings, is to incorporate what I call the gratitude circle. So what you do is when you have your team meetings, you can do a round robin, maybe five. If there are 5 or 10 of you during team meetings, that's okay. And then each person will share what he or she is grateful for in his or her professional or personal life. And each one can share for 30 seconds or 1 minute, depending on how much time you have. And so I've been doing this with my team for years now. And it's been working so well for us. Even if we're in the midst of a really hectic week, a really crazy week, and as a leader, what I want to do is to jump right into the problem and, okay, what do we do to solve that problem? But I always catch myself saying, okay, let's do the gratitude circle first. And then each of us would share what we're grateful for. And it really elevates the energy of the room. It makes the room brighter and lighter. All right, so there, in corporate team meetings. So let me just summarize. How do you cultivate the attitude of gratitude in your company? Do the gratitude walk. So if you do this as a company, if you do this as a culture, maybe you see your team member walking around and then he can just say, oh, I'm doing the gratitude walk. And you know that that person is helping elevate the energy in your entire organization just by doing the gratitude walk. Again, express appreciation to the invisibles, who are the people that don't get thanked, that get overlooked. Who are these people? So you can express appreciation to them. And then, of course, incorporate the gratitude circle during your team meetings. And also, there is a shift that we can do. So sometimes the tendency is to ask, what can I get from the company? Okay, these are the benefits that my friend is getting from her company. How about my company? What can I get from the company? And this is normal. This is a normal question to ask. The more powerful question to ask, because this is where we have control, is what can I contribute to the company? Because what you sow, you will reap. When you ask yourself, what can I get from the company? That's being passive, right? You cannot control what the company will give you. And therefore, you have your expectations. It would be hard to manage those expectations because the action will not come from you. The action will come from a third party, from your company. But if you ask yourself, what can I contribute to my company? Then you activate your creativity. You activate your entrepreneurial mindset, even if you're working within that company. All right. So, and it's something that is within your control. What can you contribute to your company? So just a very quick story, and then I'll end. I used to work for a bank, and I remember at that time I already wrote a book, and so I talked to my boss and said, "Boss, I get invited to speak in companies to speak about money management. Do you want me to run the same talk to our team? And you don't need to pay me for this." And then she also endorsed that to our department head, and they created a program where in the morning I would give talks to my office mates by batch. And that was my way of contributing to the company. And then also, of course, I get to hone my speaking skills as well with a live audience, right? And then in 2018, so 2013, I quit my job. And in 2018, I got invited by my company to give talks to my former office mates. And this time around, they paid me my real professional fee. So it's really about the attitude of serving. So when you're grateful, you overflow. When you're grateful, you tend to think about ways to give more value to other people. You overflow, and everything comes back to you. Okay, So bonus tip is to show appreciation to yourself every day. All right. So what did you do today that made you feel grateful? So in the comment section, what do you appreciate about yourself right now? So please type it in the chat box, and the team backstage here will help me get access to your messages. I can also potentially greet you if I can see it here in the chat box. So please type what you're grateful for, what you appreciate about yourself. So let me start. What I appreciate about myself right now is that no matter how busy I am, no matter how crazy my schedule is, I always make sure to get 7 to 8 hours of sleep at night. And then I take a nap as well after lunch, because that's my way of caring for myself, so I can show up recharged, so I can do what I need to do well and with excellence. Okay, so I promised you that I have a gift for you. So I wrote this ebook called How to Make Your Dreams Come True, and you can download it for free. All you need to do is to go to this link, scan this QR code, or just go to shanasino.com/dreams. Again, so this is an ebook which I wrote, which was endorsed by Brian Tracy. And then this will also allow you to get inspirational emails from me every Tuesday through the Tuesday newsletter. So again, just go to shanasino.com/dreams, or just scan the QR code. All right, so that's it for today. I hope you were inspired by this talk on the power of gratitude. And if you have any questions, I can stay for a few minutes to answer your questions.
Wow, thank you so much, Misha. You know what, Misha? I truly underscored how transformative gratitude can be in our lives. And as we come to the end of our enlightening session, The Power of Gratitude, I'd like to take a moment to express my heartfelt thanks to you, Miss Shah, and to all of our viewers joining us. And the generous ebook you gave for free, wow, I will definitely scan that. I actually scanned that already, and I will read that ebook you shared with us, Miss Shah. So, Miss Shah, before we end our topic or we end our discussion, would you like to promote your social so our audience can follow you on your social media accounts?
Thank you, Jamie. Sure. So I'm on Facebook, Sha Nasino. I'm also on LinkedIn, the same name, Sha Nasino. YouTube, same as well, Sha Nasino TV.
All right. Again, I think we're all good with the questions. There are no further questions, Miss Shah. We have a comment here from Marilu, says it's a good practice to always be grateful, even with the smallest things, and I totally agree to that. So again, thanks so much, Miss Shah. From now on, I will give gratitude every time I wake up, just to boost my mood and just to feel the blessings I have right now. So thank you for that, Miss Shah. So we've explored how gratitude isn't just about saying thank you. It's a way of living that can bring more joy, peace, and fulfillment into our everyday experiences. Whether it's, appreciating the smallest things, as like what Marilu mentioned, or acknowledging the people who make a difference in our lives, as what Miss Shah mentioned earlier. Every act of gratitude adds something special. So I hope you're leaving today's session feeling inspired to bring more gratitude in your own life. I know I will. And remember, it's the little moments of thankfulness that can lead to big changes in how we see the world and interact with others. Again, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Misha, for gracing our event today. All right.
Thank you, Jamie, and God bless everyone. Bye.
Thank you, Misha. Thank you so much. All right. So everyone, it's time for a super exciting part of our event today, the virtual job fair. This is where you get to explore job opportunities and talk directly with our talent acquisition team from Touch. So Lulu, care to tell them more about it?
Yes, hello everyone. Good afternoon. I know it's 3 o'clock and it's kind of a holy hour, so I I hope everyone is still around here. Please let us know in the chat box, you guys, if you're still around. Give us a thumbs up if you're still here. Yeah, so we are through with the webinar segment of this event. So thank you so much to all our speakers, especially to our last speaker, Miss Misha, who taught us about gratitude. So yeah, so moving on to the virtual job fair segment. So basically, you guys, our talent acquisition team will be calling you individually, or they are currently already calling you individually for the phone screening. So just to set your expectation, for today, you will only be called by our recruiters to conduct the initial phone screening. So please do make sure that your mobile number that you nominated in the Google form or is active, because we wouldn't want our recruiters to not be able to reach you and would hinder your application here in Tache. Also, other reminders, to those who wishes to join the virtual job fair, you guys will still have time. And if you haven't registered yet to the application form, we will be posting once again in the chat box the link where you can send your resume and your application form. So yeah, basically that's it, Jamie. And for this segment, please do just stand by, you guys, and yeah, enjoy this AVPs that we will be showing to you. Thank you so much.
responsibilities are generally making sure that we're able to meet the deadlines, finish the deliverables for the day, double checking if the work has been done properly, and continuously seeking how we can improve our process. To be an employee of Tacha is an honor, a responsibility, and a challenge. It is an honor since I found Tacha as a gem amidst all the companies that I have applied back then, and this is where I have grown a lot professionally and personally. It is a responsibility because even though I'm closely working with a client, I'm still bringing the name of Tacha with me. And it is a challenge as I have to keep up the fast pace of working in an IT industry. My advice for people who find it difficult to level up of their career, learn how to be confident with yourself and especially with your skills and your talent. 5 years ago, I never imagined myself working in an IT world, but now here I am. When I applied for this job, I never had any certainty, but I still took the risk knowing that I had the skills and the qualifications that they need. And if you're already confident that you have what it takes, believe me when I say this, that your time will Giselle, and I do have a team leadership role in Tachi's IT department. My duties and responsibilities are generally making sure that we're able to meet the deadlines, finish the deliverables for the day, double checking if the work has been done properly, and continuously seeking how we can improve our process. To be an employee of Tacha is an honor, a responsibility, and a challenge. It is an honor since I found Tacha as a gem amidst all the companies that I have applied back then, and this is where I have grown a lot professionally and personally. It is a responsibility because even though I'm closely working with a client, I'm still bringing the name of Tacha with me. And it is a challenge as I have to keep up the fast pace of working in an IT industry. My advice for people who find it difficult to level up of their career, learn how to be confident with yourself and especially with your skills and your talent. 5 years ago, I never imagined myself working in an IT world, but now here I am. When I applied for this job, I never had any certainty, but I still took the risk knowing that I had the skills and the qualifications that they need. And if you're already confident that you have what it takes, believe me when I say this, that your time will come, so just don't give up. Tips on things and how we can level up. Rev up your resourcefulness because that's really helpful. Improve your soft skills as well, and I would suggest to focus on the core values of the company you're working with. Most companies need their employees to truly embody their core values, and if they're seeing that with you, they would have a high confidence that you'll be a good role model for your other teammates. Lastly, again, continuous improvement is really vital, so don't stop learning and everything else will follow. Thank you.
So before I was hired with Tache, I was working in an office, and eventually when the pandemic happened, so that was very difficult for us, especially for me that I was living on my own. I was paying everything for my living expenses. So
no one was spared from feeling a wide range of emotions, such as anxiety, fear, and even grief. So I made sure to allot time to reconnect with my loved ones. I also used a journal just to write down my anxieties and thoughts. And lastly, I actually landed a job here in Tache, which was the biggest blessing at that time.
Honestly, I was able to survive the lockdown because of Tache. Financially and also psychologically, during the lockdown, I was the only one who was able to earn money since our business closed down. And psychologically is because I kept myself busy. That busyness made me safe.
Started working here in Tache around August 2020, so that was 3 months into the lockdown already. And during that time, it was very hard and challenging to find jobs for a normal job market. And I got lucky because Tache gave an opportunity, gave a chance on me. Our direct manager, direct supervisor gave constant reassurance that Tache would be giving support and if anything happens.
I guess the thought of having a secure job, that was quite a dilemma for me, because I was thinking, oh no, what's gonna happen? Are they gonna fire me? Do they need to lay off people? And does that include myself? When we were recovering already from the pandemic, everything was going back to normal again. What if I look for a job that's more secure and something that will be sustainable in the long run?
I'm thankful with here in Tache that I was able to stay, and despite the pandemic or the lockdown, it was really ironic that Tache grew from that crisis. And just recently, I just had my 3 years here. With that, I'm very grateful.
It was very unexpected. Didn't realize that this was going to push through anyway. I was just looking through Job Street, and then I stumbled upon Tache's job ad. It all started because of the pandemic, just really thinking of a job that's more sustainable for me. I don't want to go out. I want to be safe at home. I want to be able to go to my parents if I need to. Tache's mission and goal to actually provide jobs. Remote work is already the biggest help that they've given. And I'm really, really happy that I was a part of that.
I had no idea what Tache was, but I took the leap of faith in applying, and luckily I was hired, and thankfully with my supportive leader, she guided me through all the hardships upon the transition.
It was just a normal day as I was actually just scrolling through Indeed, and I found Tache's job ad there, of course. So right away I received a call from the recruiter and such. And I actually did some light search about the company, and I believe their values aligned with mine, and I do believe in Tache's growth back then already.
Really, the best practice that we have here in Tache is we don't really hire just for the numbers. We really look for someone which is in line with the values and also the practices of our client. So far, it has been the best 3 years of my career. So I'm very grateful that I have supportive leaders and also collaborative workmates, not only within our department but also company-wide.
Generally, for almost all positions here at Tache, it would usually take for about 10 to 15 days. What actually sets different from Tache from other companies is that we recruiters would actually make sure to keep you updated every step of the hiring process regardless of the results. Tache actually offers wide range of options for work setups. We do have work in the office, work from home, and even hybrid setups. But regardless of your setup, Tache is actually there to support you, to give you adequate resources just for you to work efficiently.
Everybody looks beautiful. beautiful. It's a wonderful program set up. We're going to have singers. We're going to have dynamic performances. So get excited.
Where should we go? 'Cause I got time, never know. Happy anniversary,
Looking forward to, 11 more, right? 12 more. So everybody have a great night and looking forward to the celebration. Thank you for welcoming us into the family of Tate and Tarsus. Thank you for your inspiration across the globe. And let's have some fun.
Where should we go? 'Cause I got time, happy anniversary.
I just feel so blessed to be a part of this. This is special and hope to help contribute for the next few years to our success. Thank you, Brian and team.
Happy anniversary!
Everything is beautiful here, and the people are so polite. It's been a great experience, and I'm really looking forward to working with the team more often. And just thank you for the welcome. It's been great.
I'm feeling better than I ever had before. Took a walk outside, like Sunday morning, sunshine and a cup of coffee. I've never felt more alive, like a movie scene. Just keep rolling, don't want this to end up in the way I feel it. You're on camera, hey,
You guys represent what's great about Tache. You guys are the reason that we're here. When I talk to clients and I tell them that we've got the best talent here in the world, that you can build a better team in the Philippines than you can anywhere in the world.
like a movie scene. Just keep rolling, don't want this to end up in the way I'm feeling. Happy anniversary!
Wow, what a day, guys. As we wrap up our event, it's time to say a big thank you to everyone who made this event a hit. A big shout out to our speaker, Mr. Brian Luma, Miss Lira Corios Garcia, Miss Grace Loxin, Mr. Andoy Beltran, Miss Monette Pangatungan, and Miss Shana Sino for sharing their cool tips and stories. And of course, a big thank you to all of you who joined us today. Who joined us today on YouTube. You made this event lively and fun, and we hope you learned a lot and made some good connections today. Remember to keep reaching out, keep learning, and keep growing in your career. On behalf of everyone at Tache, thank you for joining us and have a fantastic day ahead. And here's to all amazing things coming your way.